Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S with Nakhti University, and happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a great day and a great week. Let me just make sure that we good on Rumble. Okay, okay, so we good on Rumble. And so happy Friday, guys. I hope you guys had a productive week. And we are back because, for one, I want to say congratulations to the class of 2025. I actually want to dedicate this show to you guys. And we're going to actually do like a little mini celebration because I want to give encouragement to the youth. So I know that there's like a lot of the high schoolers that graduated. What else you have? The freshmen, it's not the freshmen, it's the college grads, the undergrad, masters, PhD. So whoever you are, like I really want to give you a congratulations, and you want to stay tuned for the later part of the show because we are gonna do like a mini celebration, will you, for you guys. But as far as the topic of today, we're going to discuss the concept of narcissism from a societal level, as well as like what it means for humanity in terms of the spectrum of narcissism, and then we're going to get a little bit into like the Greek philosophy around like how the phenomenon of narcissism came to be in terms of a concept, and then we'll break down like the machinations of how it plays out in society, what creates it, um, how to rehabilitate from it, the spectrum of how people in general fall into that category. And then we're going to break down logically, like what it means for society to not nuance the topic and the actual objective definition or the objective ethics and morality around the concept of narcissism in terms of what it means for someone to be self-centered, for someone to be self-absorbed, and then the machinations of what that looks like when someone begins to lack empathy and compassion for others. And so we're going to do like a really deep dive into that topic. Um, for some reason, like it's like something I've been seeing in the algorithm a lot lately. Like I've seen it, people doing massive amounts of videos on this topic, and even people levying those accusations a lot more than ever, even against family members. Like everybody is complaining about how they met the number one narc in the world, but somehow like everybody somehow knows the narcissist, but when it comes to themselves, somehow we don't fall in that spectrum, or we don't fall under the radar of that scrutiny or self-reflection. And so this is a reflective video. It's not meant to demonize anyone or castigate. It's really like a holistic, like deep dive into the phenomenon of what narcissism is and how it affects society, and how social media plays a role in it. um Ego, the distractions, like we're going to talk about all of that. And, we again, the first thing we want to start with is that the objective meaning of, narcissism. And so let's actually make sure that the screen is sharing. Let's see here. Okay, so let me make sure that we share what I'm looking at. Okay, so we're right here. And then I also want to do a sound check real quick. Just want to do a quick sound check before we dive into like the topic and definition. Okay. We should have actually had like this pulled up, to be honest. Okay. So it is pulled up ready. And the sound is good. Okay, so now let's get into, for one, I wonder if the bandwidth, because I know I have my camera on, but it makes me wonder like if I'll have bandwidth issues, with like all of these different screens pulled up. And I think that that may be the case actually. Let me just Okay, hold on, because like it looks like a lot of my stuff is freezing, so that makes me think that the bandwidth, I have to probably like turn off the camera to get more bandwidth. Okay, so let's see if that helps. I didn't even think about that. Like if you have too many screens pulled up, that it will lag. Yeah, I forgot to think about that. I think I have too many screens pulled up. Just a minute. Okay. Almost should be good. I just really don't want to have it. If it's like lagging, then we don't have to have like the camera on, you know. But I want it to be more like interactive. So I decided to put the camera on. Okay. Let me remove this. Let me take this off the screen. Maybe that will free up. Okay, so it still looks like there may be some lag. I'm not sure. Um, we'll see. Matter of fact, I do want to actually check this on another device just in case. Gracious. Okay. But nonetheless, we're going to do a deep dive into this topic, and then we'll have a nice little. Okay, so it looks like it's doing. It looks like it's okay on here, but let me see if I turn my camera on if it starts to freeze. Okay, I just don't want to. I just don't want to be freezing. You know. Okay, so it should be fine. It should be okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start to cover what we wanted to cover because I don't want to be too long. Okay. Matter of fact, I should keep this pulled up just in case. I just want to make sure that I don't lag. I find that really disturbing. Okay. But anyways, let's talk about like societal narcissism. And if you're on Rumble, I had to turn my camera off due to bandwidth and having a bunch of screens on, but we are on camera on YouTube and on X. I know I did say I wasn't going to do X anymore, but I found out that you do get the option to opt out of the AI on X. So I was able to do that. I didn't know that they had that setting, and so I found that setting and found that you can remove yourself from being from having your tweets and posts pulled up, or used as a data source for the AI. And so that's why we decided to still stick with X for now. I have to look more into the policies. And then same with YouTube's able to opt out on YouTube and then Rumble as well. But I'm also thinking of Odyssey and Vero, I'm going to look into their platforms and see, the machinations and the logistics of what those platforms entail. And then I may migrate over there, but for now we're still on here. So let's talk about societal narcissism. And so, society has been talking about, the common narc that they run into, whether it be their exes or their family members, their parents and whatnot. And it's a real thing. It's a real phenomena, a real it's something that can be very detrimental for a lot of people's lives. But what I want to do is not so much sit and harp on like more of a trauma bonding session. What I want to focus more so is like the actual objectives of what the definition of what narcissism is, and then how it manifests, why it manifests, and then also how sometimes we get so gung-ho around a new word that we learn or a new behavior that we discover, and that how it can get levied unwarranted on people, and what is the fine line between the demonization of people who may be self-centered, or people who love themselves, or who like the way they look, or like the way they are, versus someone who grows so self-absorbed that they lose compassion for other people's, or their ability to put themselves in other people's shoes and empathize with them and have compassion and want to help society. And so we have to talk about like the fine line between what it looks like to be confident and to have self-love, and then on the spectrum of that, when it goes too far, and then we want to talk about conscious narcissism, how sometimes those who experience narcissistic abuse may become self-centered in terms of focusing on themselves as a result of having to deal with certain aspects of people to avoid getting hurt, or to protect the ego, especially say we talk about the concept of the targeted individual, and how they consciously have to navigate mentally and differently from the rest of society, because of even just being on a watch list, or even being surveillance, can bring agents or plants into your life. And so you don't have the same life as everyone else, and so you have to move with a lot more meticulousness, a lot more discernment, that could come off as you being overly protective, or overly critical, or even self-absorbed. And so we have to talk about all of those things. But the first thing we want to start with is the spectrum. And so narcissism is properly viewed on a spectrum. You have the malignant narcissist, you have a conscious narcissist, you have all these different, I think there's like 14 different types. Now, we're not going to talk about like all 14 different types. I think that would be a bit of obsessive, to be honest. And I don't agree with the growing pedagogy or framework around narcissism from the scholarly level. I do have to say that. I think that there's an agenda behind it, to be quite frank. Like, there's an agenda when academia starts to push concepts so frequently without when it becomes like a propaganda and an agenda. By that I mean, like, we start to lose sense of the logic behind it. Then to me, I go on alert. This happened with intersectionality. This happened with gender studies. This even happened to an extent um, in sociology. Where certain ideas would take a life of its own, but then it's designed, it loses its original intent, just like the concept of even stay woke, how that lost its original intent and became something to to kind of as an insult. And so I kind of see that growing in the framework of the pedagogy of narcissism as a clinical study. And I think I want to break down why I think that has to do interdimensionally, and what it means esoterically. Like, why is that happening? Because I think think there's an agenda behind that, to be frank. And so we know that there's a spectrum that most humans, believe it or not, fall on as it regards to narcissism. People usually score in the middle. And so there are few people, believe it or not, that are at the extreme. And so um, score ranges from like 0 to 40 as far as the spectrum. And the average, teenager tends to be, um, or even the average adult rather, tends to fall around the middle or the mid teens in terms of the spectrum of narcissism. So this is something that I think ebb and flows within the human experience, for one. Especially as you see like kids, say at 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 year olds, 5-year old, um, they don't have the concept of rules. They don't have the concept of the difference between I and another person. So when you study a 2-year old, we call them terrible twos, or when you study a 3-year old, a 4-year old, 5-year old, their sense of the world is very, very different There is no, they know I need to eat, I need to sleep, I. That is how a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old thinks, even a 5-year-old. And so the phenomenon of quote unquote narcissism, or someone being self-centered or self-absorbed, that can be found in children. And so it is a child behavior. And so it usually, when we see it in adults, you know, we talk about the wounded child. There's something wounded there. There could be some trauma that's trapped. It could be even a soul trap that requires a soul jolt. Um, that's usually when we see narcissism in adulthood, especially the extreme forms of that. That is usually stemming from some sort of attack on the ego, or a trauma that was geared to attack the ego and the sense of I. And so what an adult would do is capture and hold on to the sense of I in the extremes. They learn, say for those who develop the extreme form of this narcissism, it's usually stemming from some sort of trauma in which they learn that people are not safe to trust. People are not safe to do you right, to be dependable, to be reliable. And so you start to develop this hyper sense of, well, I have to protect myself and my heart and my space, and self-preservation. It can get really twisted. Um, and then when someone is tearing down your sense of self-importance in terms of the ego, and usually a lot of trauma victims develop narcissism. When someone's trying to tear down the sense of ego or the sense of self, the human brain naturally will start to want to preserve it, preserve the sense of I, preserve the sense of self. Now, that can be the extreme form, when people develop dissociative disorders, sometimes even alters to vacate pain and trauma. But also, narcissism is born out of that as well. When someone is attacking the ego, if you notice, like when a lot of targeted individuals, where they start to feel like they start to feel persecuted. Sometimes it could be real or imagined, but or even just perception rather, but most of the time it is psychological warfare, especially like say, um, if you get on the radar of say of a watch list, or it can stem from, maybe you're an author, maybe you're an activist, maybe you're a whistleblower, like, and then you start to realize like people that are coming into your life are usually trying to distract or tear you down or cause mission drift or cause you to lose focus. What can happen is a conscious sense of, I will protect the ego, I will put myself first, I will become more focused on the self. And so when we think of narcissism, it's the phenomenon in terms of its creation. I would say it is very much it's very much stems from trauma on the ego, on the sense of I. And so it's like reverting back to the behavior of a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old, where they know the sense of I is important. I am important. And humans generally should feel that way. It's just like, what's wrong with actually objectively feeling that way? The thing is, when you think you're the only thing that's important, or when you're the only thing that matters, that's when it becomes the problem. Because we are all important, and people should, be approached with respect. Obviously, respect is earned, and trust is earned and whatnot. But generally, I would say, you want to encourage people to love themselves. You want to encourage people to look good, feel good about themselves. Why would you want a society where people didn't feel that? Like, why would you want a society where people did not focus on themselves to be the best versions of themselves or to continuously evolve their soul? Now, that is, what a morning star, that's the morning star approach. That's the angelic approach, to when we encourage people to have self-esteem. Now, the issue with society, especially with social media, is that there's a lot of putting on airs. There's a lot of sense of value wrapped up or tied to the illusion. And so by that, I'll break that down. Like, people think that their sense of self-worth and their value comes from their position in society, their status, their money, their education, whatever. And none of those things that are external from you can give you inherent value as a soul. Meaning, once you die, you can't take none of this stuff with you, none of who you think you are, none of the accolades, none of the prestige, none of the looks. You can't take those things with you. And so if nothing, which I wrote about in Nakhti philosophy, one of the precepts is, if nothing that is external from you in this 3D reality, in this matrix system, if nothing that is external outside of you can give you value as a soul, then how do you find value? Where do you derive value from as a human? And so that was a koan. It was an open question. Okay, we got some people in here. I want to acknowledge some of the people here. This is Nikeen L. Oh, wow. I think I remember you from Clubhouse. Wasn't you on Clubhouse? You look beautiful. He said, first time here. Had to subscribe. Looking forward to your teachings. Oh, thank you. And then we have Binge Thinker. Greetings, Kali. Hi, how are you? I'm glad to see you here. And then we got Supreme Chief Holiday in the building. Thank you. Peace and love, Empress. Peace to the tribe. Oh, peace and love to you, Chief. We got Supreme Chief Holiday in the building. Nakeem LN Binge Thinker. I'm hoping the others come through our bowly. You know, I understand people is working. It's not about me. It's not about me. We talk about the topic of narcissism and looking good. You know, I wanted to do a little, do some hair and put a little flower, but that's a part of, putting in some effort, And so when we talk about, let's get back to the topic. I'm actually going to try Rumble one more time to turn it on, to turn the camera on Rumble and see if there's lag. If it's lag, we might have to turn it off again, but we'll see. But it is viewed properly on that spectrum. And what I, the issue that I have with the way society is approaching this is that it's a healthy individual should be exceedingly charming. Like, they may come off with an air of confidence or with even an air of, but what I guess what I'm kind of suspicious of is the demonization of people who like themselves, of people who do fall in love with themselves. I don't objectively think that needs to be demonized. I think again, what needs to be challenged amongst those individuals though is when you don't care about other people, when you don't want to empathize with other people, when you want to make it everything about yourself, and when you're so traumatized that you inflict pain on other people. I'm not saying you that's listening, but I'm saying that those people, they become so warped and so possessed by their own trauma that they can't see how their own actions hurt other people, or they can't see how to heal their soul or to go to rehabilitate the self, or even acknowledge or even have awareness that that needs to be done. And so I wish that those that got the PhDs or whatever, and I'm not knocking people with a PhD, I'm in the PhD program, so I'm not knocking people with PhDs. But what I'm saying is when you develop the framework on the clinical aspects of narcissism, you guys have to address it from the perspective of the I, preservation of the ego as a result of severe trauma of those who are the narcissists, but also um, making the fine line between it is okay for people to like themselves and to love themselves and to think that they are important, but they should not center themselves in other people's world. They should be aware of how their actions affect other people. They should be aware that it's not all about them and that other people matter. Everybody gets their space and time to shine. Everybody gets their moment, And I think that's how it should be framed. Like this demonization. I've literally read like in one of these clinical studies that oh, they should be put on medicine. What kind of medicine? We're talking about people who I mean, for one, every human falls on a spectrum of this particular phenomenon. Every human. And then we know that certain things like social media engender it. So why not attack the way we view social media or the way we view society, the value that people put on celebrity culture, the value that people put on those who got money when they may have nothing but just money, literally fiat currency. You may just literally just have that. like no soul, no nothing else, just that. And so, like, why are we not framing the way society outlook on social media is the fact that, okay, if you don't put up these cool pictures on Instagram and show, that you're supposedly living the life, you're a nobody, or if you don't have this Ivy League education, oh, do you have to deal with society, not the individual within society? This is the individual plays a role or impact on society, but society influences the way the individual acts more than ever. And that's just the simple concept of sociology for those who are in the know of that. But it's like people I just don't understand, like, why we not going after the addiction that social media causes of, put these crisp 1080p pictures up, on the gram or whatever, and show us riding horses or taking trips with elephants, and all those things are actually cool. We want to see that. You should want to see people thriving and living their best life. um but a lot of that's manufactured. It's not reality. People, we know the days of the scammer. People is doing a lot of funny things to get put on. People is going to Dubai to get 50K, 80K to come back to flex on the gram. Okay. And so to feel important. And so instead of demonizing humanity or the individual, I'm looking at the way society is structured, the way the billionaires have structured and propagandized a whole illusion, the illusion of celebrity culture, of fame, the illusion of, like, and so I think that I'm looking more so at that. I'm looking more so at how humans revert to the sense of I as if a 2 or 3 or 4 year old as a result of their trauma, especially those who go through that have been victims of cults, of satanic ritual abuse, sadistic ritual abuse, being a part of cults that haze, that put you through humiliation rituals. Those things breed narcissism. So, say you're born into a bloodline family, or a family that has a certain practices, or even religion. Okay, even a religion can breed narcissism. When you look at, let's be real, and I don't want to offend anybody. I don't push religion and beliefs on people, but let's be real. When we talk about, like, the objective definition of narcissism, right? And that objective definition is someone who is self-absorbed, someone who thinks they have a grandiose sense of self. They think they're so important. When you think about, when you read that by, when you look at the teachings of, like, say, Yeshua, and you just read it objectively, when someone is saying, oh, no one can get to the Father but through me, or with me and my Father's house there's many mansions, I am the living Son of God, and all these things, this is grandiose sense of self. This is feeling really important. Like, this is like there, like, I mean, let's be real, like that. um that could be very well looked at as, the signs of a narcissist. I'm not saying that he was. I'm just saying, like, just the definition that's on the books. The definition that's on the books. If you look at Siddhartha Gautama's teachings, it's the same thing. And so, where do you find the line between a person that really knows themselves, that is comfortable in their skin, that may be confident, that may think highly of themselves, that may be even on a mission. They feel they got a mission, they feel they got a call, and whatever. Versus, someone where the extremes of that, of what that looks like when someone starts using that sense of self to abuse other people, or to try to force other people to do something or believe something. And so, this thing with pathological narcissism, and then the spectrum of narcissism, I think society has to grapple with that. And I think we must do a better job of unpacking that when you start to make it clinical, when you start to pathologize a behavior that can be found in a 2 year old, a behavior that could be found in a 3 year old, a 4 year old, a 5 year old. Like I said, you study a 2 year old and you try to give them rules, tell them they can't have snack time, tell them they gotta be on a schedule. They throw a tantrum, they kicking and screaming, they cry. You tell them, no, you can't have what mommy has. No, you can't touch this. No, and you would see them tear up. A kid don't understand. And so you have to train the kid, a 2 year, 3 year, 4 year old, that they're not the only thing that matters, that they actually have to care. You ever seen a kid that don't want to share their toys? He asks no, I don't want to share. And then, you know, I notice in society, the parents would try to force their, tell their kid, hey, you have to share with little Billy, or you have to share with Jasmine. You have to share. And then kid is like, I don't want to share my toys. I don't have to. And technically, believe it or not, the kid is right. It's just that society, and when we talk about respectability politics and being polite and um being fair, and the idea of ideas, of concepts of that that are on a free will planet, that literally there's some beings among you, or there's some people among you that just don't think like that. It's like, I objectively don't have to share my toy. And so then you have an adult telling a kid, you have to share with your sibling, or with your playmate, or with your schoolmate. And then now the kid thinks, that's programming. Now the kid is being reprogrammed. The child is being reprogrammed that to think outside of themselves and to share. Now, uh, that could be the evolution. One could look at that as evolution of consciousness, evolution of soul. Some may look at it as programming. Oh, the programming the kid. But nonetheless, like I said, narcissism, the objectiveness of someone thinking, having a grandiose sense of self, and uh focusing on themselves, being a self-absorbed, that's behavior that can be found in children. We breed them out of that, or we program them out of that, and to think about other people, sometimes to their detriment, because you want people to be able to have boundaries and to have a sense of self when it comes to protection of the self. And so a lot of times, like, you notice the accusation of narcissism being levied on every little body, every little person. And sometimes it's just because the person that's levying it, they no longer get to take advantage of someone being able to put up boundaries, of being able to have standards, to being able to have criteria. Sometimes it's not what you think. Seriously, sometimes it's not just as simple as the person is so self-absorbed and so selfish. Sometimes it's an energy vampire, an energy harvester that no longer has a supply anymore, because the person said they're going to have boundaries. The person said they're going to stand up for themselves and put themselves first and like themselves. And then there's the other person that's like that energy vampire. Oh, that's just narcissism. Up, let's pathologize it. Up, let's put them on medicine, because I can't trick them anymore. They won't buy into the illusion. They putting themselves first. I'm telling you where this stuff is going. I'm telling you that's what society is doing to people, especially charismatic people, and even certain beings, classes of beings. So, we do esoteric studies over here. Part of Nakhti University, the esoteric studies department is our mystery school, so to speak. It's just very open. It's not a secret society, it's a high society, but the esoteric studies department is the mystery school. And we do esoteric studies over here. And I have to say, we talk about the serpentine beings, we talk about certain beings from different dimensions that come and visit. They have human flesh. Even angelic beings that walk among you, interdimensional beings walk among you. And certain beings are known for different sets of personality styles, right? Um, you got Pleiades, or Orion, Sirius, different star seeds on this planet. Let's just be real. You got all different types of star seeds on this planet. Some of them have different types of personalities. Some are known to be obnoxious and arrogant. Some are known to be very stylish. Some are known to be very charismatic. Some are known to be very cerebral, no emotions, no. And I've met those beings. I actually like those beings, but now they don't care. They don't have emotions. But when you're talking with them objectively, you can learn a lot from them intellectually, because they're incredibly, incredibly intelligent. They just lack emotions. And so that's weird to me. But as far as the rationality that they work with and the logic, it is mind blowing. The way they think is mind blowing. You got those beings on this planet. They usually operate at a much higher dimension. And again, they wouldn't they operate totally different than the average human. Then you have the serpentines beings, which is the Nagas. Some of them may have connections to the Atlantean dimension or the Dragon Rider dimension, which is what 125D. Those beings, and I'm going to just speak from experience, those beings tend to be quite arrogant, uh, quite charismatic, obnoxious, very much sometimes have savior complex. They usually mean very well. They're very well intentioned. They mean no harm. But in terms of liking themselves, yeah, you know, those beings tend to be on that spectrum. Those beings usually get targeted in this particular matrix. You could study it through the different mystery school systems that you guys have, the different cultures, religious texts, and you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a specific beings from specific bloodlines that tend to get targeted. Uh, but what we're seeing, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because what we're seeing is there's a certain class of beings that are being labeled narcissists and being demonized, and it's being pathologized, and then they're being told that they have to be put on medicine and that the rest of society must ostracize them. That is being done from the top down. That's being done from an extremely high level by the powers that the players that were. It's not really the powers that be, but they have identified a class of beings on this planet that are usually Nagas. They're usually coming from the Atlantean starseed energy. Um, or primordial energy. Those class of beings on this planet are being targeted and labeled narcissists and being told that and being pathologized because of their personality style and the fact that they naturally have the ability to influence. They naturally have the ability to influence and they don't buy into the matrix or the illusion. So these are incredibly intelligent beings who see through the system, try to get other people to see through the system, want the best for other people, but they can be obnoxious because they're young souls. They may be ancient compared to, say, other beings on this planet, but in the evolution of in the soul consciousness, they would be at the angelic level. Even if they are a little bit higher than the angel level, they would still be at, like, say, a dragon rider level, which in the human, let's just break it down. In the spiritual realm, that would be like a teenager or somebody that's a teenager in human years. And so when you as a teenager, what do you get? A teenager, they think they know it all. A teenager is obnoxious. A teenager, you can't tell them nothing. They don't like to follow the rules. They explore the world. They take risks. They don't calculate risk. There are in the spiritual realm, there's a class of beings like that. They're morning star beings. A lot of them are from Venus, Saturn. um they have a lot of ties, or they have ties to very primordial energies, like melanin. Those beings, they they are they're not self-centered, but they do think highly of themselves. They do have a sense of self-importance, and those beings are the ones that's on the chopping block. I noticed they're getting ostracized, they're getting demonized, but really people should be learning from them. They are a source, they are a light source to be an example of, but they're still evolving their soul. And so a lot of them will tell you that they're still growing, they're still learning. They but what you want to be able to identify as far as when someone is malignant and when someone just is obnoxious or uh growing and just likes themselves, like the way they look, like the way they talk, maybe they think they're really intelligent or whatever, they feel good about themselves. The litmus test is, can they have compassion for other people? People should not dim their light. People should not feel bad about themselves. What is actually wrong with thinking that you are important? Yes, you are important, but other people are important too. Think highly of yourself. Think highly of other people too. Have compassion for your fellow man. That's the difference between someone that's malignant and then someone that's just growing through traumas or thinking they're important. you know, uh, what that's the litmus test. Do you give a damn about other people? Can you empathize with other people? And if that's you, then maybe you do, even if you did fall in the spectrum of narcissism, because you think you're important, or you think you say you come from a powerful bloodline, or you come from a royal bloodline, or what's wrong with saying that? What's wrong with feeling that? What's wrong with resting in that? Maybe you like the pedigree you come from. Maybe you like the things you have accomplished. It's okay to like the things you accomplished. But the thing is, just know you can't take it with you. You have to consciously know. Yeah, you should strive for greatness, but we are all going towards the same location. Which is death. And death is not a bad thing. We are going through the phase of growing old. Getting every day you grow. And the only thing you can be certain of in life is change and death to an extent. But even what's the death there? There's different types of death. There's an ego death. There's death of the soul. There's death of the physical body, and then the awakening of the consciousness outside of the body. There's the walking dead. It's people that's walking around, NPCs, and they're the walking dead. So there's different types of death. And so um we know that there's going to be constant things of change. We know that there's going to constantly be an ebb and flow. And so, if you do fall in that spectrum of narcissism and thinking you're important, thinking you're the shit, liking the way you look, like spending maybe spend a little bit too much time in the mirror. Maybe you embrace liking yourself. Embrace thinking that you are important. Just know that other people are important too, and care about other people. Help somebody at the end of the day. Be willing to give someone, not your last, but helping some people when it's advantageous. Now, if you're dealing with an energy vampire, or you're dealing with being targeted, you have to consciously be more self-absorbed than what you would normally be. Like, even with this situation I've been dealing with, like, I had to consciously focus more so on myself. I had to consciously. It's very unnatural for me. Um, because I tend to have a bleeding heart, because I tend to want to help. That could be a part of a savior complex that I'm working on. But it constantly wanting to give, give, give. And it was like, you're gonna attract energy vampires. You're gonna attract someone that wants to take. And so you have to be aware of boundaries. You got to be able to put them boundaries up. You have that discernment. Say no, and don't feel guilty about it. Don't let people try to say, "Oh, you're selfish," because you won't be an energy supply for them. You won't let them feed off of your good godly energy. That you're working on yourself. You're doing your meditations. You're trying your best every day. And someone that don't want to do the work wants to ride off of your energy. Wants to sacrifice you. Wants to try to birth swipe, destiny swipe. You say no, and you get them people right out the pain. Don't feel guilty about it at all. Let me just make sure that I'm not lagging on here. Okay. So Bully Bully is here. I was just thinking about you, Bully Bully. I just said your name earlier. And then Supreme Chief says we need to learn to uplift each other instead of tearing down. That's correct. And that's what I'm about. We want to uplift each other. And I have to admit, when someone tore me down, I tore them down back. I have to admit, I did not take the high road. Um, I didn't. I want to see if I can change the settings of this. Like they have like these different like definitions. Like what's it called? 1080 and 720 and all that. But I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. But we talk about narcissism, and I'm all on the camera. But nonetheless, let's make sure you can see. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. But I would say yes, tearing each other down is a no-go. And like I said, I know for a fact that if someone tore me down, and this is the part that I have to work on. If someone was willing to get at me unwarranted, talk about, I would do the same. You insult me, I insult you back. And I have always been like that. And I admit that that's childish. I admit that that's something that it's in me that has to grow. But I know that I don't know how to take kindly to disrespect without, what they say, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Then they say that was the old law. That ain't no old law over here. And so I do know if someone came for me, I'm letting a can of whoop ass on you, or intellectually and spiritually. But that's something that I have to say that I want to spend more time lifting people up. I don't want to use that as an excuse, but I do want to say I want to spend more time, you know, speed breathing life into people instead of tearing people down. And that's what we see in society. Also, like the thing where society do is if you disagree with one thing a person says, that person thinks that they can tear down your whole body of work, demonize you for every little thing that you stand for. Like that's another thing that I think is sick, where you know you're not going to ever agree with 100% of everything someone says out their mouth. And I think that's like the thing with social media and the cult of personality behind the internet and content creators. I think that breeds that, because people think that you know a person because you watch them on show, or you read their books, or you study them. And people may feel maybe a sense of entitlement, but also, you know the moment someone doesn't do what we like, or say what we don't want to hear, then you just throw them away. And like, do you do that with your family? Do you do that with your spouse, or your cousin, your sister, your brother? You give them grace, you give them room to grow, you correct them in love, those type of things. And so what we see is, what I, even with dealing with people, it's like you say one thing someone doesn't like, or you do one thing someone, like you never said yes, like you never helped them, like you never did anything good. They'll demonize you, then don't be targeted. They'll do a smear campaign on you. Don't be an activist. You'll have to deal with COINTELPRO. Don't be intelligent and activist and be able to influence. Oh, they coming for you. They're coming for you hard, in whatever capacity, whether you just thinking you doing something simple, talking on YouTube, doing your little show, you know, being free, or you just thinking that it could be something real simple. You could be talking about something that, getting people on, that's more, making people more self-determined, making people more sovereign, talking about, homesteads, or talking about co-ops, or talking about community gardens, all those things where you want people more free, or more in tune with nature, pretty much more weaned off of the system, weaned off of the matrix, weaned off of social media. That's when, believe it or not, the targeting begins. And then what is the result? What is your result actions from being targeted? Um, to be more recluse, to be more self-absorbed. Up, you get labeled narcissist. Oh, they got a clinical pathology behind it. Oh, they telling people they need medicine for it because you like yourself. Oh, why is that? Because you are not an energy source for the battery. You're not a battery anymore for the system. All I'm saying is that this is a double-edged sword, this concept. And I know that they are demonizing a class of beings, Nagas bloodlines, powerful Hebrew bloodlines, serpentine bloodlines, Tartarian, Atlantean, Sirius, Orion. A lot of these primordial bloodlines happen to be the ones that, are all of a sudden getting labeled narcissists, because they are awakening. And yes, they may, Atlantean beings have always been obnoxious, always liked themselves, always thought they was the shit, even as they admit they're growing. God is processing them. God is working on them. They're a work in progress, a masterpiece and a work in progress. You hear them being said all the time, but they're demonizing a whole class of beings because, again, they don't want people to be able to identify when the sons of gods come, son of man, morning stars, female and male, come down here. Different interdimensional beings that come down here. They already is setting up the play to where they'll automatically get written off by humanity or other beings because they fit a profile. They fit a profile, and that profile is okay. This being is narcissistic, guys. Stay away from them. But they're not giving you the proper definition of what narcissism is. Narcissism, my definition, is a energy vampire who has to have excessive need for validation and excessive need for admiration, and are delusional and use becomes obsessed, possessed by their traumas, and results to childlike behavior to hurt and inflict other people, and play mind games with other people and mind control people. That's what a narcissist is, in my opinion, in my definition. And so when I go and look and see the clinical definitions of, oh, somebody that just that thinks highly of themselves, that think they're important. What? Don't every human think highly of themselves? Don't everybody think they're important? That's not narcissism. That's just a normal human behavior. But why are they not talking about the malignant aspects of this? Those who play the mind games, um who do uh go through such extreme lengths for validation and whatnot. Everybody low key looks for validation. Me, I don't really have to. I don't do that anymore because, like, for one, people copy. Like, so many people copy my frameworks, my ideas, stuff out of my books. They plagiarize everything. So to me, that's the validation that you. That's all the validation. That you're already validated. If people are copying you, whether they ignoring you or not. If someone is copying you that damn much and plagiarizing, you got the proof of it in black and white. It's not like, okay, you're just delusional or that's just hearsay. It's like you follow with timestamps and evidence. Then that's the validation. Like, what else you don't need validation from people. Um, but as you're building something, an organization or something, you do want the feedback. You do need the feedback. You do need the assessment and evaluations and whatnot. And so, in that sense, you're going to have to be able to talk with people to get credible feedback. So those are different things. But again, they're not discussing that type of stuff. They're not talking about that in the clinical aspect of it. It's really botched. It's really botched research, I have to say. Now, when we talk about pathological narcissism, that, believe it or not, affects about 1% of the human population. And so it that starts to impair a person's daily functioning because of the lack of empathy that they have for other people, and how it can also manifest as antagonizing other people. So someone who may have a grandiose sense of self, it could be attention seeking, or could be an energy vampire. Because this, to me, this looks like if we're talking about spiritually, this is someone that's demonically possessed, that is energy vampire, and they antagonize other people while having lack of empathy, and they get off. They're kind of sadistic, and then they view everyone that could be intolerant or who disagree with them as a source of someone to destroy, that type of thing. Those are the traits where you need to really go on alert, especially the energy vampire thing and the projection that you may notice. If you notice projection and all those things, you know um and again, the test for me is not whether or not someone shines or loves themselves or likes themselves or wants to shine, because everyone is a star. Naturally, you come in with inertia. You come in with a certain amount of not even a certain amount. You come in as light. Okay. Every human, you come in through your birth canal, you come in as light. You come in as source energy, as they say you made in the image of God. You come in already naturally a star. How do you know that? Look at the chemical the composition of a human body. Your potassium, sodium, nitrogen. Uh, what is it? Nitrogen, carbon dioxide, oxygen, water, H2O. This is the same ingredients that's found in stars and comets. When we get an asteroid that hits the planet, or a comet that hits we get to study the compositions of what's in it, right? Stuff from outer space. We get to study those things of what's inside of it, like the moldavite crystal, or a comet. And we see the same ingredients that's found in a moldavite crystal, or a comet, or an asteroid, is the same ingredients that's found in a human body. Seriously, let me actually look it up, because I want to make sure. And so when we say that, your human let me just look at the ingredients and asteroid. It's an asteroid. Okay, so yep, amino acids, metals, certain metals. Yep. Let's see, iron and nickel. Don't you have iron and nickel in your blood? Magnesium. Okay. And then some of them, obviously have gold and silver, but don't some of us drink colloidal silver? I do colloidal silver. Don't some of you do gold nanoparticles? I do. I drink gold nanoparticles. I drink colloidal silver from time to time when you need it. And so these are the same things that we are connected. That's the point. So when we say that people are stars, or you're naturally that, you don't have to go to be that. You don't have to go to seek that, because you already are that. So you should be thinking you're important. You should be thinking highly of yourself. You should. And so let's see what else is in there. Yeah, so there's some amino acids, nucleobases, water, ice. The asteroids have there has been, from the outer regions of the asteroid belt, they did find some water. I'm reading from my phone, so that's why I'm looking down. Ammonia, salts. We have salt in our urine, salt from in our tears. And so that lets you know. So that we're and the sample that we're talking about, there's a Bennu sample that was published in Nature Astronomy, and they revealed crucial molecules for life. Okay, and that was an asteroid sample named Bennu. Silicate rocks, metal, nickel, iron. I think that's pretty cool. But again, those are the same things that's found in humans, And so, like I said, you should see yourself as important. You should see yourself as a star, but like I said, the test is not whether or not someone thinks highly of themselves or even have a grandiose sense of importance. The key is not to become so self-absorbed where you lose touch with humanity, where you start to lack empathy for other people and their situation. And that litmus test is your capacity to love others, to put others first while establishing your boundaries. You have to establish your boundaries. Um, Loving yourself enough to know when to walk away, uh, to feel, to acknowledge the soul, to acknowledge the things that matter. The material stuff doesn't matter. Uh, the external stuff outside of you doesn't matter. The perceived status and prestige, those things don't matter. They come and go. They're fleeting. And so that's what we have to hold on to when we talk about like the idea of the narcissist. But like I said, the demonization of people who focus on themselves, I don't like that. Like people who put effort into their appearance, their looks, their intelligence. Now we know that God is no respecter of persons, but God does give everyone, a unique gift, a unique skill that should be appreciated by society. And so instead of devaluing light, devaluing intelligence, to bring other people down to someone's level, especially, women or primordial beings, melanated people, like all these people are villainized, even certain bloodlines, if not outright killed, you know? Um, we have to understand that, people are going to be different. It's okay. Different is okay. The unknown is okay. That's where all of this demonization is coming from. But narcissism is a real phenomenon. I just think that the current definition is propaganda to demonize morning stars. But when you think of the malignant aspects of it, of an energy vampire who has zero empathy, who gets possessed by trauma, who has no compassion for others, and who antagonizes people to abuse other people and derive pleasure from that and a sense of self-importance, that's to me is narcissism. And that is something that's where you want to put, that's has to be pathologized, because a lot of people can get hurt if you don't deal with a person that behaves in those manner. Now when we talk about like the villainization of certain bloodlines and morning stars, when you look at the King James Bible, uh, and you see how King James had killed so many women in his bloodline, in his family, and an obsession that he had with hunting down witches, or in killing witches of a certain bloodline. Usually that ties to 125D. because he understood the dimension that he came from and who was the arbiter of certain information in treaties. And pretty much the obsession with killing women or unaliving women. I don't know if I have to be careful on YouTube, but unaliving women, that stemmed from knowing that a certain time would come where a treaty would have to be turned over and someone would have to be accountable for explaining what happened on this planet in terms of the dissemination of the knowledge that the fallen angels had to humanity in such a haphazard way. It's about Azazel, Lucifer, these different angels. Now we know that King James wrote a book on demonology. Was it King Henry or King James? Wrote a book on demonology. Was a powerful demonologist, more so than Christian. When he came up with the King James Bible, it was geared towards, believe it or not, for those that's in the no, it is a hunting mechanism. It's obviously the same rendition of what we know as far as the radiation from Hebrew to Greek to Latin to Greek, and the various Orthodox versions of it that I think that there's the Ge'ez version, that's just the Ethiopian version. Um, Aramaic, these different variations, and you get like the English King James. But for that particular secret society and that man, that demonologist, put codes in. I'm not going to give the codes out, but because those that's in the know, that put codes in to be able to draw out rather or hunt down the women that book applies to and to off them, to target them and off them. They're coming from the bloodline of King David and Solomon, but also there's a convergence with the Commission science. Now, we talk about interdimensionally, and for those who know how to identify interdimensional beings, or even the epigenetic bloodlines that people come from, the epigenetic, not the DNA or the genealogical aspects of things. We're talking about those who know that the spiritual world is real, pretty much. They designed that book to be able to draw out a certain bloodline and systematically since that book conception and even before then, they was just able to do it, because they have to tell you what they're doing before they do it. But that has been going on for 2,000 years, literally since, and obviously when you look at how the Roman Empire was putting people on crosses and crucifying people, that those are humiliation rituals, and those are obviously blood sacrifices, so to speak. But it gets much deeper in terms of who you target. The idea of COINTELPRO is very, very old. It goes back way before Germany and Stasi and the Nazi science, but you can find the idea of psychological warfare even in the Bible with them making the noise. I don't want to say, I want to say it was the Wall of Jericho, but where they were purposely doing noise campaigns to disturb the people in the area, so to drive them mad. That's in the Bible. That's psychological warfare. That is COINTELPRO. When you look at the way King Saul targeted King David, plotting on them. When you look at the book of Psalms of someone, he's talking about they're after my soul, or after me, I'm constantly fighting. That is the same concept. It's the same thing. And so this idea that, bloodlines will get targeted, that's been around for thousands of years. But what we see today in 2025 is that now they're doing it by the beings, but I'll be real, the beings are a lot more intelligent, and also a lot, not just intelligent, but a lot more savvy uh, spiritually than those that are currently in power right now, and that are aware that that treaty is up and that the time is up. They are aware of that. And so they have concocted things very subliminally. In addition to psychological warfare, smear campaigns, watch lists, illegal surveillance, COINTELPRO, they now have, I mean, because they have to keep going to the next step, right? And so now the next step is AI surveillance. The next step is demonization and pathologizing of normal human experiences and normal human emotions. So labeling them narcissism, labeling them narcissistic, ostracizing them from society, demonizing and smear campaigning, and then um, that cuts off their ability to influence other humans, and it undermines their credibility. So that's what I'm saying is the new way in which they're using pathological uh, behaviors, or not even, they're pathologic. How do I say this? They are pathologizing normal human behavior and not addressing the factors that create that behavior and the extremes of it, but also not dealing with what the actual phenomenon is. Like the phenomenon is narcissism, and the phenomenon is of what that looks like. We have the evidence of that, but they're not dealing with that. It's like it's like they're creating a hodgepodge, like a one size umbrella. Up, you dress nice. You're like, I literally saw where it's like, oh, if they put too much thought into their appearance, that means they're narcissistic. No, it doesn't. Oh, if they think highly of themselves. Oh, if they think that they're important. That doesn't mean that. How is that dangerous? How is that wrong to think highly of yourself? What now? Now you just taking this. Now it's an agenda. Now you making me suspicious, and now I want to look in deeper as to why you're putting such a just a blanket thing on everybody. And I found out. I'm like, they trying to ostracize certain beings, certain interdimensional beings. A lot of the times, those Atlantean beings tend to be melanated. You know, the Tartarian beings, and there's a group of them that are considered sons of gods, like these morning stars. And when they are revealing themselves, they are back and they are out in the open, and they want to be out in the open. And those are the beings. Those are the beings that are actually getting getting labeled, and so we I wanted to do a deep dive on that. And so let's talk about, yeah, so people should be focused on their self and their growth. And like I said, social media engenders narcissism. And so, I like the little social media thing. I actually do. I like social media. I just think like where it's going with the AI stuff is dangerous. Like I don't like how people can come up with an AI avatar of themselves, and the AI can sound, walk, and talk in your likeness, and other AIs can study actual humans and then derive content and then make an AI YouTube channel and an AI, like something about that is weird to me. And I just can't get with it. That's why I was so freaked out. I was like, I can't, I was so freaked out with with the policies around AI. It just made, I was literally like, okay, I'm not doing no social, I was just freaked out. But I had to look at stuff and okay, we can opt out on YouTube and on X and stuff. But I still think that something is dark about this, like about that AI stuff. And I think that social media could be a place where people are more vulnerable and more real and more authentic. Like I think that social media should be a place where humans in a rawest form can express themselves, talk with one another, connect with one another, and build things that can go offline, build things that where you can meet up, that's to me what social media was about, sharing moments, maybe not the most vulnerable moments, but certainly a place where it was more authentic. It used to be the wild wild west. Like YouTube used to be the wild wild west. You used to be able to say anything on here. They used to have a lot of conspiracy. I remember they got rid of all the good conspiracy theorists. They got rid of all the good people that was asking questions, thinking, talking, or they shadow ban your ass just like me. They shadow ban you. They'll do you dirty. They will do you dirty, especially if you have the ability to naturally influence, or if you're really really intelligent. Like I remember they got Leo Zagami out the paint. I remember Oxtails. They got Oxtails. I mean, I wonder if Oxtails, maybe he quit social media, but like it was like people that will give you some real soul game, like stuff that can help you get out this matrix, like stuff that can really help you. They them channels are so shadow banned, or if not gone. Or even if people was just talking about, like, say, replacement theory. I remember there was a huge thing back in the day about like cloning centers and all those things. Like people used to be interested in stuff like that. I remember watching those things and then like seeing those channels get deleted, like seeing. And and then there was a thing where people used to use YouTube to really do the gender war stuff, and it got really toxic. Like with the gender war stuff, like people was calling people the N word with the hard ER, going back and forth with each other, you know, um, doxing people. People got killed around the gender war stuff, and so that's when they started. Obviously, a few knuckleheads mess it up for the rest of everybody. Them knuckleheads, they caused such an uproar in 2016 with the gender war stuff, where YouTube changed their whole policies around it. That allowed the censorship to take place. In my estimation, I remember it like it was clockwork. I remember when stuff started to change as a result of um the Wild Wild West element, the knuckleheads constantly. I mean, there was a one dude that had a whole channel, and he was calling black women N word with the hard ER B's. It was a black guy doing this. They were, and that's when the stuff with the manosphere came out, like the underbelly of the manosphere started to take off, and it got so toxic. A couple of people made some phone calls. I know the people who made the phone calls, not know them, but I know who made the phone calls, because this was like stuff that people were talking about behind the scenes. I was like, how do we get this person out the paint? How do we delete these channels? How do we I remember people plotting. Like I remember, like it was like, this is too much. It was damaging to people's brands and images. And so that's when YouTube started to change they whole algorithm. They did. I will never forget that. And it kind of it kind of like engender you, like we said, we give people 1 inch, they're gonna take a mile. And so that's when censorship started to creep in. And believe it or not, that's when everything that was questioning the status quo, stuff that was outside of the norm, that's when all of it got taken off. And I didn't agree with that part. But when you let the door open for one thing, then that's when everything gotta go. But it's also, it doesn't have to be. It's just that people, you never let a good crisis go to waste. And so, um, people feel like they have an agenda, they want more censorship, and they want to reprogram society to think a certain way. They'll use a very legitimate um cause. Maybe you as far as like hate speech and clamping down on hate speech and hate propaganda, or inciting, like literally a black woman, Asia McGowan, she died behind that manosphere gender war stuff. Asia McGowan, she died behind listening to certain people on the internet. They stalked a person, and they stalked this young lady and killed her based off of stuff in the gender wars. That's like a fact. Like everybody knows that story. And so something like that, you want to clamp down on something that's so serious about that, like something that serious. And then, you'll have the people that are trying to wake up society. That's now the system says, okay, let's go after them too, because they're talking about uh mind control. They're talking about whatever, what is it, cloning centers, and they're talking about uh the truth movement, the secret society. They're talking about some stuff that we don't want people to think about, that we don't want out. And so that's when they clamber on all of it all. But social media, I would say, is your biggest culprit for societal narcissism. This the narcissism that's on the spectrum, the narcissism that every human experiences as a result of, again, wanting to put on airs and feel important, but also society is traumatized. And it's like when you're not dealing with coming out of the sense of I, like we talked about earlier with the 2-year-olds, the 3-year-olds, the 4-year-olds, the sense of I and the sense of ego, and what people do when their ego is attacked. If the ego is attacked, or the sense of importance is attacked, you become self-absorbed. You stop dealing and connecting with other humans, because they're going to make you feel less important, or they want to tear down your sense of self. And so you stop dealing with people. And so you're focusing on yourself. And so that's how it that's how narcissism is bred. But again, it's a societal thing. It's a societal mirror being reflected back. If everybody's talking about narcissists, everybody, oh, you're a narcissist, you're a narcissist, you're a narcissist. Okay, so everybody's a narcissist. So how do we rehabilitate society from that? How do you rehabilitate social media? Um, people's sense of self worth, what gives people self worth, what they value, what society values. Those are the things that needs to be tackled in order to deal with the spiritual malediction or the spiritual malnourishment around societal narcissism. And then also having that healthy balance of people feeling good about themselves, of thinking that they are important, of thinking highly of themselves, you know. Um, and also, like I said, we just have to remember, the Supreme Chief Holiday even said, we want to uplift each other, not tear other people down. And it is okay to like yourself, uplift others in the process. Don't take a ransom against the innocent. Don't sell yourself short. You know, um, a lot of people are born into certain situations. Like I said, certain bloodline families. If you've been through SRA as a child, say you was born into a cult or your family got involved in cults or something, um, or you have Masonic debt, you may be born into a family of malignant narcissists. You may have been born into an actual spiritual war zone, and you may be, say, the scapegoat, the black sheep, you know, the targeted individual. That's something that you know we want to acknowledge too, like because you may be a victim of narcissistic abuse, and many of and even if you do have narcissism yourself, you still may be a victim of narcissistic abuse because hurt people. Most of the time, those that get victimized, they can be an abuser, and so there has to be more around rehabilitating just the human experience and the human soul. It doesn't require medicine, it doesn't require pathologizing, it doesn't require demonization. It requires rehabilitation and soul retrieval and soul recovery, processing trauma. Simple as that. More love in society, more love, and also encouraging people to enact on their natural spiritual gifts. We want to do that as well because we have to give people incentive to build. What incentive to build if a system steals everything you do? Like how they steal like a lot of melanated people's inventions and whatnot. How Nikola Tesla got done dirty by his inventions. Lewis Latimer got done dirty. When they were coming up with his inventions. I think did Alexander Graham Bell get did dirty, or did he do other people dirty? But I know Lewis Latimer. He had a lot of his inventions stolen. Nikola Tesla, a lot of his inventions stolen. Like these are brilliant minds. People may say Nikola Tesla was self-absorbed because he had a relationship with a bird. He thought, he couldn't connect with a human. And, people say, oh, that's narcissism. No, not really. This is a person that was targeted, systematically abused by JP Morgan in the banking industry because he was talking about giving free energy to humanity. So he actually cared about humans. He actually gave humanity a lot of secrets in terms of understanding energy and vibration. But yet they demonize this person. But we're talking about and then they steal his life's work and steal, and then labels him a weirdo and says, oh, but there's no incentive to build because the system, if the system steals everything you do, then you as a living human being, they want to use the human beings as a data source to train the AI. And so, I mean, what incentive is there to build if they're going to try to build an AI copy of you? And it's trapping. It's trapping, so there's going to be trapping to a lot of human beings because you want to be able to be released as far as being a living spiritual being. You don't want to allow these corporations to use you as a source. And another thing that we have to consider is that there are people who will do no spiritual work. They won't work on themselves. They'll do no self-development. But they get to sit, online, or they'll sit in their groups and their back channels and set up smear campaigns against good souls, as if they are the arbiters to judge other people who we're not doing any of the work that they need to do to evolve their soul. Is focused on people who are doing the work to evolve theirs. And then they have criticisms and they have judgment and they have things. These people and they want to label other people narcissists when they themselves are without doing any spiritual work. They want to criticize, but then you look at their life and it's like what? And so we have to be aware of boundaries and when someone is trying to run game on those of us who have decided to put ourselves first, to be more aware of our energy and what's worth giving our energy to be less distracted by the matrix and the illusion. So now, because we understand that there's an illusion, now we're the bad guys. That's what's happening because we understand that society is full of horse crap, and now we're looked at as the ones that have to be controlled. Don't break your programming. Oh, you really But I think that another thing that I think will help people is if we just focus on the people that that respect us and love us. You love me, I'll love you. You know, but we shouldn't play ourselves down to make other people feel better. Like everyone is responsible for their own stuff. Like I take accountability for the shit that I do, the wrong that I do. Um, can self reflect. I can introspect and say, you know what, I could have did this better. I was wrong on this. I could do. It's about accountability. Accountability is love, though, and accountability is trust. It's within yourself and how you handle other people when you hold other people accountable. It's not a demonization or this abusive thing to try to modulate people's behaviors. Can't modulate people's behaviors with abuse or with mind games. You know, and generally people respond well to to criticism when there's trust and love, and that's what accountability is. Okay, accountability. I trust myself to hold myself accountable, to be accountable, and to do self reflection and introspection, to do the change in the work that I need to do, working on the flaws, being realistic with myself. What are the things that I can work on? And admitting that and writing it down. I don't got to go and be a walking apology to the world. But in the end of the day, you know what you can be doing more of. All of us do. Okay, I could be doing more of this. I could be, working on this. And then do it. Just, um, but I think that's I think the accountability factor in societal narcissism is also something that has to be talked about in terms of like the rehabilitation process. Um, Also, not reducing not reducing expectations or grievances to just being upset about society. Um, it's not about like when we listen to a person's complaints or we listen to a person's story, we don't want to reduce their words or to deflect from what that person is saying. Like even with me, what I've been saying for like literally for 3 years, and in terms of COINTELPRO and Project Phoenix and being targeted by unjustly by the government, but being since going back to 2015, I wouldn't have focused on that if it wasn't happening, or if didn't have to develop a mechanism to even prove patterns that were just beyond coincidence, or patterns that were too similar that align with affidavits from the chief of the FBI, Ted Gunderson, and other people's stories, whether that be on targeted justice and class action lawsuits and all these things, and doing that work to get concrete evidence by triangulation discernment methods and reversion intelligence analysis. Like I wouldn't have had to done that if I wasn't dealing with psychological warfare and warfare that's incredibly hard to prove because of plausible deniability. And so I had to attack plausible deniability. Had that person not been attacking me subliminally and through covert harassment, I wouldn't have had to go through such measures. If you know something is being done and then few other people know, but they're under oath and they're all bloody to keep it a secret. And then it's like, it, but then people are gaslighting you. Okay, so I know that I'm an intelligent being enough. This is why they label Atlanteans narcissists. I'm thinking, okay, these people can only use deception and can only use lies and cowardice and deceive and narcissism. They can only use these things to combat morning star beings. They can't stand on the truth. They hate the light. They hate humanity. They hate righteousness. And it's not even about being self-righteous. Like they literally just hate the light. And so it's like, well, if these people got to work and operate in such a clandestine, cowardly manner, and all I got to do is stand on the truth and be intelligent, then I can disprove their plausible denial. I can undermine their plausible deniability. And so that's what I did. And so what they did was like, okay, well, let's just reduce what she's saying or her argument of against illegal surveillance of American citizens, of putting American citizens on watch lists, of infiltration in government institutions, of secret societies and cults who abuse power. Let's undermine that very legitimate grave concern, and let's just reduce her expectation. Let's just reduce what she's saying to her being upset about society not valuing me, or about black women and their looks or whatever. And it all could play a role. I've been talking about that for years. And if but that's not to be conflated with the stuff that I have been writing about and the stuff that I've been talking about as in my and being in the activist space and being a scholar and being unfortunately targeted by the US government. That's two totally different topics. It should not be conflated. For those who are intelligent, and you know, it's not the same as me calling out a society that gaslights and steals ideas, that plagiarizes, that paint false narratives to cover up their lack of collective inner work and self-worth. It's a matter of calling for justice for myself, and what it looks like is being left alone. To not have a government do experimentations on their own citizens and lie about it. Uh, even the situation with Palantir, like people are not calling out Palantir. People are getting distracted once again by nefarious actors who are in bed with Palantir. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, why are you getting distracted? Call out Palantir. They shouldn't be having that much power in terms of surveillance and invading privacy of American citizens. You know, it's a matter of calling these things out, to call out the nefarious actors, not to cover for them, not to paint the victims in a negative light to hide societal crimes or real crimes, you know. And in terms of like the conflict resolution around societal narcissism, again, it's about owning up to our mistakes, owning up to what, being able to be accountable, taking preventative measures, um, taking preventative measures to set boundaries and whatnot. But here's the thing: there are beings on this planet, and there are people on this planet that are just not capable of that. They want to be in the judgment seat of someone else's ascension, someone else's life journey, while not doing any of their own inner work. So they sit and gossiping about people. That's what people that sit and gossip do. They gossiping. That's like they like to, that. You can curse someone through gossiping. They gossip about a person constantly. And they're doing it privately. And then when you come out publicly and address it, then you look like the bad guy, because they're doing all their stuff covertly through their little secret society, or through their cult or whatever, and you don't have that. And so you get frustrated and just come out publicly with it, or even in your own relationship. You know how sometimes you get with the your spouse could be the one that's doing all this narcissistic stuff to you, covert stuff, can have the greatest perception of their image in the public. And so the public, when the first moment you spaz out, all eyes is on you. They're making you look like the bad guy. This person plays calm and cool, and you're the one that's looking all unraveled and uneasy and unhinged after they done spent years in covert harassing you, psychologically manipulating you. And so, that's something else that you want to think about. And you know, also societal insecurities. the trauma dumping that people do on one another, the trauma bonding that people do on one another as well. And what when we think about like this group of people that go through lengths to hide or omit or downplay the seriousness of violation of human rights, especially like in the days of Palantir, the days of like this AI stuff. Um, why you should ask yourself why are they going through such lengths to downplay, the seriousness of being anti-humanity. Like they said that it's something in this where you can't the state can't do anything about AI for 10 years or some shit like that. Like that's crazy. What if AI, like you want anything you build, you want it to be human centered or spirit centered, you know? And so when it comes to like another aspect of societal narcissism, we want to also talk about like why are people focused on someone or something that you don't care about? Because a part of this, an aspect of societal narcissism is organized mobbing, organized bullying, workplace politics, organized stalking, sadistic stalking, like revenge for hire plots on people. That's all an aspect of narcissism. That's all. Like we talk about the syndrome of the flying monkeys, how a manipulative narcissist will get all of the neighborhood against you, or have a team of flying monkeys be able to blindly follow whatever the leader has said about you. That's how cults work. You know, that's all societal narcissism. And so we have to ask ourselves, for people who participate in those kind of phenomena, why are you focused on someone that you don't know or you don't care about? Why are you not just focused on yourself? You know. Now, like I said, the danger to me is when you see a person that's an energy vampire and narcissistic, they don't have boundaries. They're going to feel entitled. They will violate you, and they will seek to own and control you. And that should always be a red flag. That's to me is when that's when they don't have any compassion for someone, no empathy for another person, they're not able to love one another. They focusing on shit that don't matter. That's when you want to run for Dodge. That's when you really want to run for the hills. But just be careful, because not even just be careful. Just going forward, just know the difference, because society, they are from the top down, from the academia down, they want to reinvent or redefine what this phenomenon is, and it's a blanket for just pretty much a regular human, pretty much. And so we have to make sure not to pathologize um gifted people to try to get them to lower their light, or to lower their gifts, they're talking about putting these people on medicine, you know um and then the spiritual warfare aspect of things, like not seeing everything as a competition. The reason why we're having issues with this aspect, with this particular segment of society that is going after, say, morning stars, is because they think in terms of zero sum game, and they think of everything as a competition. You know, and they're not focused on themselves. You like it's just weird. But I think another thing that should be happening is that society should be encouraging healthy self-esteem in people. Like it should be encouraging healthy self-esteem. um I don't understand like this setting up this McCarthyistic witch hunt of people who think highly of themselves. I find it's like it's coming from the top down. It's like trying to reprogram everybody on a script, a very basic script, to usher in. I know this may sound extreme, but like the extremes form, and when we talk about like military science, we talk about how to shift and mold collective consciousness into herd sheep, or to herd people onto a script or a screen that they want you on. The extreme of that is communism. The extreme of using the misdiagnosing or the using the phenomena of societal narcissism and the way you deal with that in terms of the demonization of a person that just likes themselves or has a sense of I. The extreme of that is ushering everybody into a communist, basic, very, very basic human lifestyle. No one gets stressed. No one puts thoughts into their appearance. No one wears makeup. No one cares about how they look. No one focuses on themselves. No one dresses nice. No one develops. No one focuses on, grooming, that type thing. That's the extremes of what the over pathologizing that's honestly what it could lead to. Um, I think because I think I wanted to talk about the Greek mythology behind this, but I wanted to make sure that I at least covered all of uh, the notes, and like I said, the extreme form of that is to usher in communism, but it's to make other people suspicious of people who think highly of themselves. So it's just reprogram. It's just social engineering essentially. And again, the focus should be on how is narcissism created, which we talked about, usually trauma that has to focus on centering the I or becoming self-absorbed due to attacks on the ego, whether that be in childhood or just a person has to deal with trauma-induced programming. And then we talk about the conditions that create narcissism, not demonize the actual condition, because everybody falls on that spectrum, which is it's usually sadistic abuse, cult created, social media, people attacking and isolating can lead one to preserve the ego and sense of self. And it makes you not trust a person. So it's a mechanism to not let your spirit get broken, but you feel the sense of grandiose importance where an unhealed trauma person would inflict pain on another person. So that's you have to deal with that part from the more pathological realm. You know, um, if you're in a society that abuses you or targets you, you may also become more self-absorbed or more self-centered because you feel like you can only trust yourself. You can't open up to other people. Other people will not be safe because they could play you, they could harm you, they could hurt you, they'll gaslight you. They can gaslight you and try to make you question your sense of I, your question of your sense of intelligence. They'll attack your ego, your self-importance, making people not feel worthy. All of that stuff breeds narcissism. That's just common sense. And so I think once society deals with that, then that the society can get better. Now, when we talk about like going no contact. So let me share this because I did read this. And I thought this was pretty good research on it because again, um, narcissism can be extremely detrimental for the person that is the victim of it, but also, the rehabilitation process for those who may fall on that spectrum of having to deal. I actually want to I'm going to turn my Rumble camera off only because it's lagging. It's causing too much bandwidth lag on the other platform, I noticed. So let me see if that helps the bandwidth a little bit better. I just noticed that like I'm just freezing, and that makes me think perhaps maybe the sound is freezing, you know? And so I don't know. Um okay. Let's leave it like this, I guess. Because I want to make sure that we go through this going no contact. Because like say you are dealing with a narcissist, and this is again a person that is an energy vampire who does have grandiose sense of self, has uh, has no empathy for other people, has no ability to care for other people and your feelings. They target you, they can antagonize you, isolate you, gaslight you, and use manipulation on you. If you know you're dealing with that person, whether it be your family member or not, you may have gone no contact or you may consider going no contact. And so Going no contact is when you permanently separate yourself from someone who has inflicted narcissistic abuse on you so that you can recover. And so you have to be prepared for retaliation. Usually, if you're dealing with a malignant narcissist, you have to be prepared for retaliation. You have to be prepared to deal with a smear campaign, revenge for hire, covert harassment, financial blacklisting, social blacklisting. Like, it can get really deep. Like, if you're dealing with someone who is crazy, psychotic, like, I'm telling you, I dealt with someone that I know for a fact that a network came after me, because I didn't want to play, I didn't want to be a part of a cult or a part of, whatever the little agenda was. Um, they can inflict revenge on you, gaslighting, and love bombing. So when attempting to go no contact with a narcissist, you have to kind of be strategic. You have to be strategic. And so let's look through this. So the no contact rule, so say if you're dealing with someone that you have that gaslight you, made you feel um worthless, and if you say you're recovering from a cult, it can be any of those things. You don't want to have any phone calls or texting with the person, no contact via a third party. You want to block them from social media if possible. You want to make sure you're not following them on their social media. You don't want to stay friends. You're not accepting gifts from them. You're not dwelling on thoughts of them, and you're not planning to get revenge on them. This is a no contact, cold turkey cutoff. And a lot of times it can work. Again, you have to be sophisticated, because if they can know where you work at, or target your work, or target your money, if they say they have a lot more, consider more power than you, it can be hell, Um, but there's coping strategies, um sometimes it's not even, you may not, it may not even be feasible to go no contact. Say if you have to co-parent with someone, you got children with the person, and that can be really difficult. And so hopefully, I don't know how to speak to a situation like that, or sometimes it's our own parent. Then what do? You can go no contact with a parent, you can go no contact, um because it's not, if you know that they're inflicting narcissistic abuse or deception, and they're going through such lengths to deny it or gaslight you, and you know that what they were doing, and you caught them, yeah, you can go no contact, and all is good in the universe, all is good in the eyes of God. When people violate spiritual laws, spiritual crimes, when they violate their children, they violate the souls of others, you have a right to set boundaries, and you have a right to go no contact. You should never let anyone make you feel guilty about going no contact. Like all this stuff, they'll bring in the Bible, they'll bring in religion. No, it don't work that way. You don't have any remorse for what you did. You don't admit to what you did. You didn't admit. You didn't come clean. You didn't apologize. So why the fuck would anybody want contact with you? Why should anybody give you no contact? I mean, give you energy so that once you open that door back up, they come in and they do the same bullshit, because that kind of malignant shit, that's about stealing light. That's about killing the soul. You're dealing with somebody that might be demonically, intergenerationally possessed, especially these people that's coming out of cults, bloodline families that came out of cults, satanic ritual abuse, all these things. That, I mean, you may literally have to go no contact for the rest of your life, even with people that you've co-parented with, or was married to, or your parents. It's a reality. Now, um, what you'll notice is, if you're dealing with a malignant narcissist, they're not going to want to follow boundaries. They're not going to want to follow guidelines. They're going to try to lure you back into the relationship by any means necessary, going to third parties, fourth party, whatever, contacting work, doing all types of crazy stuff, paying people to get at you, to turn on you. Um, you know, you have to, you don't want to give out them second chances. You're going to have to be strong. You're going to have to put yourself first. You may have to be a conscious narcissist for a while. By that meaning, you hold on to your sense of self importance, and you preserve yourself. You might need to isolate yourself just to get your mind right, to make sure that you're healing, make sure you don't be tripping, and how you're going to re-ingratiate yourself with trusting yourself again, but also trusting other humans and trusting other people if you've been through narcissistic abuse. And so, you want to not be the energy supply for the narcissist. And you don't want to open up that door. Like you may feel bored, depressed, or anxious. You want to call them back again, or you want to see you want to go to try to go out again. You know, they're going to feel challenged to get you back. They're going to deny that the relationship has changed. They're going to express intense anger. You have to be strong. If you're not strong, then you're going to get devoured spiritually. Okay. And so some ways they'll react when you do go no contact is they may gaslight you again. You may notice excessive calling, texting, or emailing. You may notice love bombing. You may notice reaching out via social media. Now, some of this stuff may just be somebody be concerned about you. So you don't want to, you have to use judgment. How did they treat you? Like, did they abuse you? But if someone is really, it may just be legitimately just trying to reach out. You know, they may contact your friends or your family. They stalk you. They seek revenge, And so you have to know how to go no contact. You want to let your support system know about your decision and ask for that emotional support. If you doubt your decision, the network can offer a reality check. Expect to experience mixed feelings. It's going to be hard. You may have a relapse, but don't go back, you know. Um, you especially if you have like Stockholm syndrome, you may feel tempted to go back. Try not to go back. Forgive yourself even if you do slip up. Be ready to get help if you feel threatened. If you may have to go to court or get a restraining order or whatever. If your narcissist has poor impulse control, be aware that your support may not understand your decision, especially like if you cut off your parents, or you cut off your spouse, your child or something. Like people may judge you like, oh, you're not supposed to do that, or you're not supposed to, and try to guilt trip you, use religion and all that stuff. You have to be strong in what you are doing and know what you're doing is the right thing. Avoid reminding people of the no contact rules once don't give it any attention. Seek help from a therapist if possible, and believe that it's going to work. Now, this is just one thing I wanted to share with you guys is I thought this was a pretty good write up. I did. I thought I liked this. I was reading this, and so we can go back here. I'll share this one. Try to free up some of this bandwidth here with all these screens pulled up. Yeah, I don't want all those screens pulled. Anyways, so let's talk about hidden narcissism. Like, I want to talk about this from like more of the spiritual level. Now, this half I have to say is going to get a little more esoteric. But earlier, we were discussing how it was normal for like a 2 or 3 or 4-year old, 5-year old to have, narcissism. But in the spiritual realm, we talk about like the soul age of a human. Like, say you may be say in your 60s or something, or your 40s, but maybe your soul age is still that of a 17-year-old or 15-year-old, or it can be even older. It could be 100,000, 100 years old, or 3,000 years old. And so everybody has a soul age. Like, I'm 33, but my human age is 33, but my soul age is considerably a lot older. But even in the realm of the soul age or consciousness, I would still be considered quite at the more at the youthful stage, or the soul level. And so, like, say you come from the class of beings that is interdimensional. Say like you come from the angelic class. Um, in the spiritual realm, that is seen in human years as ages 5 to 10. So say you as a say you are an angel or earth angel or a fallen angel or a nagas or a serpentine bloodline. Those, or even Atlanteans. This is really for those who come from descendants of Atlanteans, which is a lot of people, believe it or not. Um, those ages, even though they're say more considerably more advanced than say like the average human, they are still looked at as ages 5 to 10 spiritually, like as far as the angel level. And I wrote about this in a book a couple of years ago about like how these ages and the soul level is a little bit different. So for those Atlantean beings, narcissism or sense of self-importance rather, because they're not really narcissistic, but sense of self-importance, being arrogant, thinking they're the shit, that's normal for Atlantean beings and the angelic realm, believe it or not. Even when you think of like the Lucifer coming down here, Azazel, arrogant, full of themselves, textbook narcissist, loved himself. Lucifer, very, very bright, brilliant, entity. Um, Arrogant. So you see that dissension, and even in the way that the knowledge is disseminated to even the mystery schools and the royal bloodlines, coming from the arbiter of beings, angels, or even archangels that are ages 5 to 10 in the spiritual realm. Very young, obnoxious energy. This is why God threw their ass down here. Is a very obnoxious, and especially if you violated a treaty and you were told, okay, you weren't going to teach humans or these Nephilims or these not Nephilims, that these angels were not going to mix with the humans. They were not going to tamper with their evolution process and their growth process because they are on a free will planet and they were an experiment. And so you were not going to mix with them, but they didn't even listen to that. They didn't listen to what they said they weren't going to do. The fallen angels did mix with them. And we talk about the giants and the Nephilim, and the descendants of the Nephilim are still around today. Um, that's just one species. That's just one element of species. There are plenty of others. You have the Pleiades beings here. You have beings from Andromeda. You have Orion and Sirius beings who were, some of these beings were given clearance to mix in with the human species, just not that particular beings, not the Anunnaki. Again, we're getting esoteric here, and not, what we call the fallen angels, not a lot of the serpentine ones either. Not all of them, but just not certain ones. Now the Atlanteans, I do have to say, have quite a bit of mixture within the humanity, and by right, many humans have Atlantean light codes, and so some were not. I have to say, of those are some of them are the fallen angels. I'll be honest, but those are the ones that did the corruption, and we do have to say that once again, in the spiritual realm, those are still looked at, even though for a human they may look like as or a jinn is like a jinn knows more than or an angel knows more. Yes, that's to be true, but in the grand scheme of things, as it relates to a primordial, that would still be at the ages 5 to 10. And so, in that regard, the angels uh, would have still have narcissistic tendencies even within uh, their themselves, like even being more intelligent, even being more savvy and sophisticated, they are still seen as ages 5 to 10 and still would have narcissistic tendencies. And you see that just in the way, even in the book of Enoch with their fallen angels, or you call them fallen angels, but there's this fallen levels of dissension of consciousness in dimensionality. It's for those that's scientific and want to look at it a little more. We're talking about pretty much the dissension of intergalactic mentalism, or the way masonry plays out. The fallen angles that descends frequency in dimensions, which we have 3D, you have 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, that you can look at it as that as well. But when we say fallen angels, I'm speaking more from the qualitative aspect, putting it, personifying it, or to where humans can understand it, and then obviously when we talk about like the ages 5 to 10 and like the
That's more of the qualitative aspects of it because they do have this energy does have characteristic. A dimension or even an angle of light does have a characteristic. It does have its own journey, its own body of information. And so, even though I can get very quantum mechanic with this and really scientific, um, me it's normal and it's natural, especially me being a female, to talk about the qualitative aspects of an energy or of a dimension. So when I say fallen angels, you can look at it as a fallen angle um, as well. But let's be real. When they came down here, even Atlantean beings, when they came down here, um, planet Earth is kind of looked at as a virtual reality game to understand contrast and taxonomy, as well as duality and free will, and to also sort out stuff in terms of evolution of the soul. And it's like a school, but it's like, imagine a simulation school, mystery schools, for you to create your own IPU, which is your own ideal parallel universe. So it's training up of consciousness and training up of the soul's energy to manage light and its different fragments and its different colors. You have different lights: ultraviolet light, infrared, negative green, different, the different spectrums of light. Uh, that is expressed within the human itself. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that, and even how the shifts of the auras, and that's when we talk about the chakra system and whatnot. But planet Earth was this place to experience that. It wasn't necessarily for certain, like the fallen angels. They had an agreement to come down, and even some of the Atlantean beings, like the Nagas beings that you see, like the Tahudis and the Sekhmets. These are real beings, but coming down here was like a virtual reality game where you put on a skin, like a meat suit. You know how, like, when you play Mortal Kombat or whatever, or what's the other, Fortnite, and they show you these different characters that you get to choose to look like. You get to choose to look like whatever, whatever it is. That is how this planet, this is literally how this dimension is as well. And so, with when the frequency was really high, I mean, you used to really be able to do some really cool things and see some really cool things. But about the dragons, like how every culture talk about dragons, right? How they show Tahuti with the ibis head. He used to have a bamboo head. Tahuti was with the bamboo head, then ibis head. Anubis with the jackal head. With the body of these different centaurs, these different chimeras, these are all spiritual creatures. The unicorn, you know, the society has an obsession with unicorns. I'm actually watching a show called Unicorn Academy. I love this show. Like, because it's a cartoon. And you would think, like, you would be past, like, really, you're 33 years old watching that. But I like the show Unicorn Academy. It talks about, like, the mystery schools and, um, you know, I don't know, like, it's a fascinating show, like, and it is for children, but that's kind of like how you learn from, like, anime. You know how, like, they be putting, like, little stuff in the anime show, or like how Avatar with the Yang, and how they teach you, like, very rudimentary, like, stuff. um like how you learn about the earth, water, fire, air element, and the Avatar airbender and the chakra system, like, very simple stuff, for children. And what I like about Unicorn Academy is it's giving the basic, simple instruction for how mystery schools work, for how mystery sciences work in the dimensions that they work in, and how one gets accepted, and how what that looks like, and how it plays out, and the things that you learn. And they show all these unicorns. And remember growing up, like, I used to see so much things with unicorns, and somehow we can't see them anymore. Just like you see all this stuff with dragons, but we can't see them anymore. So it's a frequency thing. Some people can see them. Some people can literally, travel to dimensions where there's still dragons. They can travel to Saturn. They can travel to Venus. They can travel. They mind can go many places, even when there's a here in the flesh. You know, and so when we talk about, like, at one point, these different beings on this planet, that was a reality. That was real things. You see how they had to draw these big ass Anunnaki all on the wall. They show these giants, and they show like even in the walls of Samaria, the Phoenician, the Phoenician scripts, Samaria. What's the other ones? Obviously Babylonian, Cometian sciences and whatnot, and the note culture. They show you like these giants and how small the humans would be compared to them, and the Anunnaki and them with cool little gadgets on, with watches on and tablets and stuff that's it's been around. It's nothing but history repeating itself. But these beings existed, and these beings were trying to, there were different species teaching humans things, sometimes bullying humans, thinking that humans were there was a slave race, like the Anunnaki, or not the Anunnaki, because all of them didn't think that way. Enlil, Inky, right, and the Enlil, Inky, and them type of beings. But as far as this planet, this was like looked at as like the free will planet, the fun time, play net. Planet means play net. Play net. It was like kind of like a net, like the internet, like it's like virtual, right? So you start to sort out stuff, but a lot of the arrogant angels, the Atlanteans that were arrogant, that will cause a lot of bullshit, they used to get their ass sent down here too to work on it. Okay. But we would never let them stay a narcissist. You don't purposely harm them. Maybe they're arguing, they're play fighting and whatnot. Especially if they're in training for the GIA. If they're in training for, you know, the GIA, which is like being a soldier in the army of God, will you, like in a human form, in a human sense. That's the way to look at that. Um, there's incredibly amount of arrogance and showboating and among Atlantean beings, and that is okay. Like showboating, we train the children not to be jealous of each other. Like we train those type of beings, don't be jealous of each other, uplift one another, bask in each other's gifts, enjoy one another, and let's see who can create. But it's kind of like maybe like a friendly competition. So it's like who can create the best IPU, which is the best ideal parallel universe through thought consciousness. So these way have these different schools of thoughts. We have the Devi Mahatmya, the Shakti, the Vishnu, the Krishna, the Nagas schools of thoughts, the Cometian schools of thoughts, the Abrahamic schools of thoughts, the Sufi, the Kabbalists, all of these are IPUs essentially, because information is constant and data is information. That's how you program your computational algorithm of your universe. And so when we say like a Tahuti comes through, he has his school of thought, with the emerald tablets and whatnot. Well, it's like who can create the best IPU, the best ideal parallel universe? So Lucifer comes down, he tries to create his IPU, with the pyramids and whatnot. These are Atlantean beings, essentially. They were from 125D, which is like the rim of heaven. But it encourages creativity. So we like for them to feel good about themselves. Let us showboat, especially again, if you're in training for the GIA, especially if you're in an angel class and you're human down here, even if you look human, but you say you're from the angelic realm, or you're in training in a mystery school, could be a GIA school, you're going to be encouraged to showboat. You're going to be encouraged to show off your creativity, to show your thought processes, the way you process information. That's very normal. We also like for, how like the Atlantean beings, like we always like to feel like we the shit, like we them boys, like we pop out, we show out, we rock out with our cock out, like you proud to be who you are. You encourage one another, and that's just like with any star seeds, but also any bloodline. There's people who are very proud. Like, you talk with certain beings and certain Italians, certain African tribes, certain indigenous tribes. They're going to be very, very proud. They say, well, I'm from the Lumbee tribe. They're very, very proud of that. From the Wolof tribe. And they have this sense of pride. Very proud to be from the Twi tribe. Was it the Twi tribe? TWI, right? I'm not from the Twi tribe. I'm just giving an example of these different tribes out here. There's people are very proud to be Korean and whatnot. So even on tribal and ethnic lines, you got people who are proud of their bloodlines. Um, but you also see that even with certain species and certain beings, that that could be seen as from, if you're trying to use the phenomenon of narcissism to target certain beings, yeah, you would demonize the beings who feel like they the shit, the beings who think that highly of themselves, the beings who think they're important, which would be the angels, you know, your morning stars. And remember, even in Revelations, when in the book, Yeshua says, "I am the morning star. I am the morning star." Okay, but Lucifer was calling himself the morning star too. That's why I told you, morning stars are a class of beings. These are a class of beings, and they know, and they are still in existence to this day. And there are humans walking among you. They are being revealed to you. These class of beings. A lot of them are getting killed, getting shadow banned, because it's like, okay, oh, they really bad. Up, like they really are trying to usher in. They really are trying to prepare the way. They really are trying to usher in Christ consciousness. They really are trying to. You got female. They don't like Atlantean females. The King James Bible is nothing but designed to kill Atlantean females, real Atlantean females. Like that they don't play with that stuff, because it's like that's how portals get open. Obviously, your oracles are going to open up these portals. Other beings are going to come down here. They know how to shift frequency. They've been working with frequency. There's a lot of primordials. They're not to be fucked with. They understand mentalism. They don't have to have a ceremonial stuff and 1,000 witches on a ritual and all this stuff. They push shit with their mind just from the dome. They can do it just from here, from their mind and their heart. They don't need nothing. You know, when you're dealing with that level of beings, those are the beings that are going to get demonized. Those are the beings that are going. It's as simple as that. But we want to encourage. We always want to encourage people in all seriousness. And so we got one more, because I do want to give. I had said earlier that I want to give special congrats to the class of 2025. Like we do got a special show for you guys. And I don't want to, like, this is not going to be like no 5-6 hours of me just talking. Like I'm gonna wrap this up. I would say, let me see, it's 2 hours and 7 minutes. So I want to try to do this. I want to get this done like in 30 minutes. And then I want to do the congrats, because also someone in my family just graduated and I've been trying to get in contact with them. But, I think there's a concerted effort to kind of keep us isolated. And I think maybe that's in his best interest, because, with me dealing with government surveillance, I did want to protect people. So I wasn't trying to, um, be around a lot of family and stuff for that reason. I didn't want to put targets on other people's back or get other people on a radar, or, so I was more isolated, but, I did try to contact that family member who I found out just graduated. And so I wasn't able um, to get in contact with them, but they graduated. And so, I do know that some of my family members watch my YouTube channel, so maybe they'll relay the message that I truly, truly want to congratulate him, and actually dedicate a portion of my video to him, to talk about, how proud I am for him to have graduated, and, for them to be moving on to the next journey in their life. And for all the graduates, like all of the graduates, whether you was it high schoolers, undergrad, um, master's and PhD students, was it trade schools as well? What other ones? Certificates. Anybody who got something for 2025, I really want to congratulate you. That's an accomplishment. It is. It is accomplishment, to dedicate certain amount of time to focus on a particular topic, and to apply yourself and do what's required in the criteria, and to get it done, and to show that you can be disciplined and precise enough to do that, at least for however long you did it, whether it's associates, community, was it 4 year, masters, high school, what's it, eighth grade too. They got a lot of the eighth graders. I forgot about the eighth graders, kindergartners. And so, because I know it's graduation time. Like there was a lot of graduations last week, and there's going to be graduations all the way up until the end of June, right? Even in this, it's going to be. So, I want to give people that encouragement. Now, I do want to continue just about 30 more minutes talking about like the Atlantean beings and even the fallen angels, the classic beings that got sent down here via treaty and via violation of the original order they came from, which would be some of the fallen angels, is Azazel and Lucifer in particular, because Lucifer has been identified as one of the legacy programs that's down here. I know exactly where these beings are. And we've been slapping each other asses up for a minute, and they kind of realize like, okay, this really is one of the this this really is another 125D being. Like, okay, what are we going to do here? But Lucifer's mind, even today, we talking like ages 5 to 17. And so very Lucifer is a very narcissistic entity, if you haven't noticed. Like, for those, especially those who may be in the secret society, who works with that entity, who do rituals with that entity. Yeah, you may notice the good side, maybe the protective side, maybe the brilliance, the lights, the knowledge, or whatever, that aspect. But you have had to have seen the narcissistic deviant side. You have had to have seen it. If you have really been dealing with the Lucifer child angel, which is ages 5 to 17, there are two Lucifers. That information was hidden from this planet by child Lucifer, because he's upset. He was upset with the original dimension which he descended from. And so he left out the entire Council of 99, the entire Council of 125D, as well as the Dragon Riders, as well as the Order of Kali and all of the other. This completely left out everything as a slight and dig towards what humans would say creator God, but as a slight towards a couple of beings that threw his ass, that made the call to bring them down here. So again, planet Earth is looked at, as like this virtual, simulation. Is this game. You learn contrast, taxonomy, duality, evolution of the soul, evolution of consciousness, how to understand consciousness, and mold intergalactic mentalism, but it's confined. Obviously, you have a meat suit, you have a suit on, which is your human flesh, your temple. You may come from different ethnicities or whatever, different species within the meat suit. But when we talk about like the fallen angel Lucifer, he interpreted the game as far as this planet Earth, and obviously it's dissemination and envelopment for humanity always has streaks of narcissism. That's why every child at age 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 has narcissistic tendencies. Every human. It is reaped and born. Okay. Especially since the mixing with Nephilim DNA in different species that humans are now hybrid mixed with. That entity, Lucifer, still, who was sent down here to work out some shit, interprets the computational algorithm of planet Earth. Now, this is very high level information for those that's really been studying, that's really on some game down here. I'll say this because this may help us out all out. They interpret the game of planet Earth as if you don't have peace and love, you are going to be turned into a narcissist or lizard, or like someone that works from the reptilian part of the mind. If you don't have the frequency of peace and love, even if you do things that are unsavory, which that is a horrific misinterpretation of the information. But I've been studying them, and I see the way they operate. There is an energy where they think if you don't have the frequency of peace and of love, then you're going to be turned into a narcissist. And so part of the computational algorithm is to test the quality of human souls down here to see if they will rise above the level of ego, go through ego death. This is literally the computational. I'm giving you some game. I don't agree with the way, obviously from a sense of a primordial, we look at it as, okay, this is clearly a mind of a kid who was reprogramming this shit. And since he has more intelligence than humans, he was able to do that. But from our eyes, as far as studying what the hell is going down on this planet, that is looked at, we see that as a kid, ages 5 to 17. So as far as like, okay, getting down to the bottom of what the hell is going on, they reprogrammed your computational algorithm of this planet, where they set up plays to test the quality of your soul, see if you will stay free, or will you fold on your soul? Would you sell your soul for money? Da, 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 da. Will you process your trauma or become possessed by your trauma? Will you stay free, or will you turn to the dark side? Will you fail the test of the quality of your soul? Will you fall weak to your flesh? We talk about, the adversary, your nemesis and your adversary, your potentiator is all within. Especially if you know the universe is mental, but also if you look for those who look at, okay, this is the angel side, the Satan side, the demon, that type thing. It's all mental processes. But as far as we talk about matrices and species who have the ability to create matrix cubes through masonry, and angels tend to be able to do that, whether they are fallen angels or angels that still stay to the order. Pretty much those who keep the oath to the order, creator God, and those who said fuck it and created their own little secret society. That's what we're dealing here with for humans that really that's trying to really get it what's going on. But when he got hold of able to reprogram the computational algorithm as far as controlling humans and bullying humans around, because let's be real, like beings come on this planet and bully the shit out of humans. The Anunnaki have done it, the Atlanteans have done it, the Nagas have done it, the Tartarians have done it, the Draco reptilians have done it. Let's be real. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's right. But also some take pleasure in teaching humans and helping them get to the next path. Some of them are human, but also have other light codes in them. Like obviously most humans do. All humans are interdimensional. All humans. So what do you expect? Some of us are just going to be smarter than others, but all humans are interdimensional. So when it comes to Lucifer, he's programming this computational algorithm as if you test the quality of soul and you fail it, and you don't have the frequency of peace and love to enlighten yourself, then you're going to turn into a narcissist or the dark side. But in doing so, in order to try to send a signal to keep a frequency, he became one to an extent himself. And we talk about the comply or die system. We don't going to get into all of that. There's a science behind that was not meant for humans. This was meant for a specific being who knows the original order of the dimension they were thrown out from, which is the order of Kali and the order of dragon riders. Those beings follow a specific order to God, or to you guys call God. Lucifer created the reverse engineer of that system down here. And the comply or die system is a very scientific concept that is not meant for humans. You see that with the way drone bees die after mating with the queen bee. You see that with the way male spiders die by the black widow who eats them. You see that with salmon fish who go up a stream to swim and then they come back to where they die. They know naturally to go back where they die, comply or die. That is a very nature-based system. It has nothing to do. That's not something that's designed for humans, though. It's like also how bees, they go to pollinate. It's like we talk about the idea of harvesting energy. Just hear me out as far as the way species think. This is for those that got a really scientific mind, a real analytical mind. This is where the species of beings who are extremely cerebral. There's a group of humans that are extremely cerebral. They're a hybrid. They can go up to 45D. I've met them. They're incredibly, incredibly intelligent and incredibly, incredibly logical. I think these are probably the only beings that will understand me right now. When we talk about comply or die system and the science of it, and it's not designed for humans. We talk about the idea of energy harvesting and how for a human that would be looked at as a vampire. But for say this particular being, let's just give an example of bees. Bees, they have to go and pollinate, right? They have to go and pollinate. And where do they go and pollinate? They go to get flowers, these beautiful flowers. They're going to pollinate, right? leave their nectar. They go and they go also get pollen. It's energy harvesting to go bring it back so they can create honey and create royal jelly and brood and things of that nature. Um, how about the queen bee? You know, um, go on their mating flight, the drones, and die. Now, when they die, it's orgasmic. Okay, when the drone bee dies by the queen bee after ejaculating, it's orgasmic. When the bee stings a human and dies, it's also euphoric. It's also orgasmic, right? So this is a species of being. This is you're not a bee. You're a human. You don't understand. We don't understand. When we sting, do we sting and pinch someone? Does it give us an orgasm? No, you're a human. When do you need to go and harvest and go and pollinate something? You do things differently. You ejaculate in someone. You have an orgasm through intercourse. It's a different process. Okay. And so when we talk about like how interdimensional beings can form, whether that be humanoid basic beings or Dracos or whatever, those beings may be more in alignment with, say, the bees than humans in terms of how they operate. We talk about comply or die. Ants, it's a comply or die system. Is it not? I'm talking to you Masons. You should know. Ants, all about the good of the colony. Hive mind. They do what's good for the colony, good for the queen. The ants, if they don't comply, they will die. They must comply with the order of nature, the order, the structure. That is the way ants operate. They must work. They must do that. That's the same the way the bee colony works. It's the same way spiders work to a degree. Spiders weave the web and live in the web in which they weave. That's very powerful for those who get the codes of how dreams work and how consciousness works, how the mind works. They weave the web and then live in the web that they weave. The dreamer dreams the dream and then live in the dream that he dreams. Okay, so I'm giving out some heavy game. That's the same way the spider is. A certain species of spiders eat the males after they lay the males, they get sperm. It's time for you to be ate by the female. It's a comply or die system. The spider doesn't know. All the spider knows is I'm giving her nutrition so that she can lay them damn eggs that I just put in her. I'm going to go to a higher dimension. I'm a spirit in a spider's body, and I'm going to go on to the other form of consciousness. That's the only fucking thing I know, and I must comply or I die. But this death, in particular, this is how the spider thinks. This death, I ascend as a male for the. And so when I was going on my little quantum entanglement, I was trying to explain this concept, and I really felt like, because I know, because I dealt with stuff behind the scenes with certain women, they literally took that as somebody, like, they think on such a low level that they really think that what I was trying to say had to do with men, or a woman going after men, trying to get men, or or the literal concept of a black widow and a female. Now we're talking about science. We're talking about a comply or die system in which, for the greater good of the way mechanism works, the way consciousness works, or even just the way evolution works, there is a comply or die system within spiders. Well, this spider lays that eggs in the females. He has to supply himself as nutrition for those babies so that the cycle can repeat itself. This cycle of literal birth. It's comply or die. Same thing with the bees. It has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with the human conception of relationships, of human competition for males. Certainly not of that low level. That is extremely low level thinking. To assume that that's what I meant when I was bringing up the science behind how the science of the orders of the bloodline Masons was not appropriate for humans. It's just not. you know that just because the way humans interact with one another. Humans don't need to become narcissists. Humans don't need to target one another. They're very malleable. They're very agreeable. They generally want to do good. They don't need energy harvesters. They don't need to bring back energy. They don't need to recycle energy within one another like hive system like the bees do, because they already have access to generate their own energy. They have access to generate their own energy. They don't have, so now we're talking about a group of beings, fallen angels, and then humans, and then them using, or even the demon class or the jinn class, who need human energy because humans have a higher frequency than them, or the capability of getting higher frequency. Now, those beings may be more intelligent to you. They may be more, they may be more intelligent. They may even be able to access certain dimensions that you can't, but they may be cut off from that last level of light that they want. Whether it could be any form of light. There's different spectrums of light, guys. Violet. We just know about the ones that you this violet light, ultraviolet, infrared, gamma, beta, different types of light. You know yourself that there's different types of light. And so if a being is missing the type of light that a human tends to have, then that being is going to target those humans and then try to energy harvest, whether it be a demon, a jinn, what else? Succubi, incubi, whatever, reptilian, whatever. They're going to attract. They're going to try to get the light. It is not, it is your human job, our job, to say to be preserving of that energy, to be preserving. Now, with Lucifer, his saying was that he was merely trying to be the potentiator for the human soul, the adversary, to test the quality of the soul. That was the original intent. They lost sight of that. That's why the treaty is up. And that's why you see all this shit popping up on planet Earth. Because to be honest, they have not been playing that game right. Let me make sure I'm still on Rumble because I know Rumble gave me some hard time. Oh, I knew it. Oh, hold on, guys. I always get cut off. Sorry, guys, if you were on Rumble, I got cut off. Yeah, I got cut off. Let me share the screen again on Rumble. That's so annoying. God knows how long I've been, like just off on there. Let's see. Do it again. Okay, so I got kicked off Rumble. Okay. So let's keep going. But yeah, so Lucifer, he was saying one thing, and the experiment, as far as his interpretation of the experiment, it morphed into something that was inappropriate for humans because he merely mimicked whatever he knew from ages 5 to 10 in his order, the Dragon Riders, Order of Kali, who he was like skipped a couple of grades. He mirrored that entire system down on this planet, even after being told not to. It was not. That's just like how, just in the Bible itself, it talked about how Azazel, it was not supposed to be teaching humans all of those mystery sciences about the various metaphysical properties of herbs, of roots, of sciences that we already knew. And it wasn't that you guys weren't ever supposed to learn it, just maybe not on this dimension. That's probably what it was. There were always going to be humans that were taken into certain mystery schools to learn that information, though. That's where you see like the visitations with Angel or Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Michael, Archangel Michael, all these different visitations that certain people, they say have dreams of, especially of royal bloodline families. But what you see in terms of, the way this knowledge was disseminated to the entire human race, it wasn't supposed to be so haphazard. I'm not saying it wasn't supposed to be done, just not in this regard. And some things was forbidden. Some things were forbidden, but in particularly the setup of comply or die, that angels, certain species of beings, particularly even some of the Dracos, those beings understand high level systems that that are based on the building up and harvesting of certain energy markers to get up to higher dimensions. And humans don't need that, is all that I was trying to say. But as far as some of the Atlantean beings that are also part human, a lot of the Atlantean beings naturally also still comply with that system, believe it or not, even if they do appear human. And it's because they are part 125D, which means that they are part angel. Um, yeah. So you still see some humans naturally form those type of that type of behavior, and by that we're talking about hive mind, the way the bees work, the way that drone bees work in relation to the queen bee, the way that ants work, the male ants work in relation to the female ants, spiders, what's that, seahorses, um, certain species of, like, say, the bonobo monkey, the lemur, the whales and dolphins, lions, some beings. Those are very specific energies. Obviously, those are all matriarchal animals. But there are species of within humans that operate the same way, and those are our part Atlanteans. The dimension of 125D is originally matriarchal, which you see with the deviant male, Lucifer, the child angel version. Clearly there was some beef and some schisms, and I talked about that in the uh, the language of the gods, the Queen Mothership Part 3, the language of the gods, and Age of Divine Feminine. We talked about the ascent of what all that looks like, and then also how, like, all of these IPUs, like all of these religions, are IPUs essentially. Yeah. But as far as them coming down here, some of these angels, um, they are expected to come out of narcissism, and we do have a process for that. And so even though, like, the kids are required to love themselves and required to love each other, we still require the love bombing. Like, that's why even when you see, like, the way the cults are ran on planet Earth, the love bombing element is a very conscious process. It's just not mixed in with trauma induced mind control. That is not allowed. Now, you maintain the child's unique characteristics. You're relying on each other's gifts to form a unit. Now, each other's gifts to form that unit makes you unstoppable. That's why you don't shame people for their gifts. You don't devalue people's gifts. You don't try to get people to play down. You want people to play up. You want people to thrive. You want people to be their best version, because there's going to be a time in society and civilization when you need to rely on that, when you need to depend on that, and when you guys can form together to create more innovations, solve problems, get things done, you know? And so, if you're dealing with narcissistic children, you don't want them to turn them into complete narcissists. And that is what trauma induced mind control does. That's what satanic ritual abuse does. It creates psychopaths so that they have no human emotion. Okay. And so there's a way of bringing them back through love. And we teach them that. And that is what Lucifer remembers when he was an angel child. That's why there's this process that he does, freaking out about, like, okay, who's going to turn into the narcissist or the reptilian people. He's operating from the ages 5 to 10 on this planet, but he's considerably more intelligent than humans. And so you see that, when he was ages 5 to 10, in particular in the order of Kali at 125D, there was that process of remembering, of constantly love bombing them and teaching them about love. And so that's why he remembers that. And that's why it's like, okay, if a human has peace and love, then we can, test the quality of their soul, see what will happen. And he still does that to this day. The treaty is up, though. They know that they violated that treaty. And so there's going to be some major changes on this planet, as you can already see, but we're still in the growing pains, and then they're still fighting. They still fight us. Like, it don't matter what you say you're going to do, or what you think you're going to do. You're going to have a pushback. You're always going to have a pushback on things. And so now I want to share this. this is the Greek mythology around, the narcissist. So we can look a little bit into this as far as like where does this even come from? So let me try to free up a little bit more bandwidth and click this stuff off my screen. I'm hoping that it gets a little better. I do want to check the sound though, because it's been quite a while. And since like I had the camera on, it causes, like a lot more lag than usual. So let me at least try to make sure that sound is good. Let me turn this up for a little bit. Okay, so that's still good. That's still okay. Okay. So let's look at this. Let me just make sure I'm good on Rumble. Okay. So this is where the story, the phenomenon rather of narcissism is born from the mythology Narcissus. This is Greek mythology, and there was this. I'm not so familiar with this story. I remember it very vaguely, but there was a hunter. Let's read it together. He was a hunter from Thisbe in Boeotia. He was known for his beauty, which was noticed by all. And then, according to the best known version of the story, this is it's called Ovid's Metamorphosis. Narcissus rejected the advances of all women and men who approached him, instead falling in love with his own reflection in a pool of water. In some versions, he beats his breast purple in agony at being kept apart from this reflected love, and his place brought in a flower bearing his name. And so the character of a narcissist is a term for a self-centered personality style. And obviously the qualities and extremes we talked about earlier is extreme, uh, personality disorder. But this narcissist person, he's this is the person, this is where the story starts from. He rejected the advances of all women and men. Now, when we see that today, when someone is rejecting the advances of all women and men today, usually when a human does it, it's because of hurt and pain from the past to avoid getting hurt. It's usually because they've dealt with some sort of trauma and they are rejecting the advances of women and men who approach them and instead focusing more so on themselves and falling in love with themselves because of the attacks on their ego or the sense of I. Now, what happens is you have to bring a person up out of that. Okay, maybe you do have pain, or maybe you did want to look more reflective into yourself and fall in love with yourself. That's fine. But you still have to focus on, empathy and compassion. And you don't want to reject the advances of other people who, may have your best interest, who may help evolve your soul, who may offer companion or growth in a way that you may not be able to get it on your own. And so, I think that's the lesson that I learned from this particular mythology rather. Yeah, so they said this was a part of the Greek mythology. Hmm. And so this was from the book Ovid. It was published in 8 AD, book 3 of Metamorphosis. So I think this was probably always like some sort of metaphorical, analogical mythology to talk about like the rejection of the advances of men and women and instead falling in love with his own reflection in a pool of water. Um, I think that this comes from someone who gets to understand themselves. So we talk about someone that reflects the pool of water. So they're looking at themselves. They like the way they look. They're content with their own energy. They're content with their own self. And so they reject the advances of women and men who approach them. And so what I want to know is like, what is the context of the rejection? Because like the rejection, was this person a targeted individual? Was this person narcissistic abused by and targeted by society? And so maybe that's why they rejected all of like there's not enough context for me. But I will have to say that just objectively, uh rejecting the advances of everyone and instead just being alone, it may be appropriate in only certain settings. That's not appropriate for the human experience in its totality. It's not appropriate. Um, because maybe for a year or two, maybe you need to heal. Maybe okay, we get it. but that's not the appropriate response for life. And that objectively we know, you know. Um, Again, I think at moments and times it could be appropriate for healing, for understanding, but just not um for the continuity. So I do say that this particular mythology, I like it. I think on its surface, you know. Oh, thanks, Reek Havoc. Reek Havoc said I'm looking so good. I mean, I did try, but they say this is narcissism to do your to try to do your hair and look good. You know, I had got like this little flower and stuff. I thought I was like, you know what? You know, let me get on camera and stop being so shy. And I wanted to have like a way better camera quality. Like this is the um computer's camera. And I have a cheap computer. So it's it lags. It's not, you know, like it's crisp, but I didn't, I couldn't afford like the external camera yet. But eventually you like to get a better quality camera, but this is it for now. But I did want to stop being so shy and get on camera, especially because I want to be doing more things. Um, I want to join. They have like these different programs to help train people to run for like office and stuff, like even local level and different types of levels and stuff. So I have to be out more and get more local and whatnot and take advantage of some of those training programs and whatnot. Um, so I'll do that. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Um, and so now that we've covered that mythology, I do want to focus on the congratulations for the class of 2025. And so let's on God, like give yourself a hand clap for a great accomplishment for those that are the class of 2025. And so let me look because there was a lot of uproar about like certain people, a certain decorum at graduations. Like some of the kids were dancing and some of the kids were getting in trouble for dancing as they go across the stage and stuff. And so, I really don't like that, but I understand it because, you do want maybe some sort of uniformity or conformity, but at the same time, like people are excited, like people work hard. And so I personally like to see the expression of joy and the expression of people, celebrating, even though I'm a pretty structured person. I'm pretty like reserved myself, but the class of 2025, they should be dancing and celebrating. Like why not? Um let's see, they got all types of stuff. There was so many graduations. And again, like my family member, one of my family members graduated, and I was not able to get in contact with them. I've been trying. Maybe that's by design. Maybe they feel they don't want to be bothered, and they have that right to feel that way. But you know, I do want to congrats my family member. I haven't been able, um, to get in contact with you, but congrats, class of 2025, and congrats to my family member. He's graduated high school. Now, this was him when he was a baby. Now, obviously, I am reminiscing right now, and this is therapeutic for me. And I admit that. I admit that this is very cathartic for me because I kind of felt like there's like this systematic wedge, or maybe a spiritual wedge between me and this particular family member. And I think that that's okay, for now. But I didn't always want it that way. And I always felt like this particular family member was like a spirit guide for me. Also, I feel like in a formative years I was a spirit guide for them. But I know that would be weird because I'm 16 years older than this person. I'm 16 years older than them. And you would think like, well, how are they a spirit guide for you when you're 16 years older than them? And just through life, like, I remember when this person was 8 years old and I took a picture of them. I just took a random picture of them. They were 8 years old. And when I was looking at the picture, it shook me to my core because they was eight, right? Like they were physically 8 years old. But when I looked into their eyes, it was like looking at like a 3,000-year-old shaman monk. It was like looking into the eyes of a 3,000-year-old shaman monk with access to Akashic ancient motherfucking knowledge. I'm telling you, boy. And it always stuck with me. And I had spent years trying to look for this picture. I lost my phone that had the picture in it. But that never happened to me before. But I had been saying that literally since that person was 8 years old. I said, this picture, this is person. I was able, it's like seeing their soul. It's like you're seeing someone's flesh, their 8-year-old kid, but then you're actually seeing their soul. And I'm telling you, so many life experiences. It's a lot of stuff that I learned. Or this kid would say stuff like, I remember, when you were talking about reincarnation, like, and I also remember like when this person was like 6 years old, it was like, how could people be obsessed with money? They cannot see that it's not even backed by anything. It's fake. How can they not see that the system itself is not real? And they said this at 6 years old. And then it was like, people got to be able to read. They were like 4 years old talking about reincarnation, and so I knew quite early on that we were always talking about planets and stars and different star systems, and they would see. I know that there were angelic visitations around this kid, even around me. It was always a spiritual situation, and I always knew that. And so I always looked at them as a spiritual guide for me as far as learning things from, because I learned quite a bit from the spiritual realm just from observing a kid. And I think that could be that way with many kids because kids are the closest thing as you get to the ether or to the spirit realm. And so that could be, it could just be something as simple as that. But I have to say, it was incredibly uh an enlightening experience to help raise a kid. I don't have children, but I was able to help raise one of my family members in their formative years, and it was very, very delightful. And so he's graduated now from high school, and I was just thinking, here's the thing, like even though this they're graduating high school, I still see them as this little boy, like on this picture. And that's probably why he doesn't pick up or contact, because it's like you're still treating me like a little ass kid. um but I'm telling you, like, I want to really, really congratulate you. I hope you do see the show. I hope someone follows this along to you. But you were incredibly gifted kid, and where you're a young adult now. And I just have these memories of you, when you were a baby. And like I said, this kid just graduated from high school, so we're giving him congratulations. But this is how he looked when he was a baby. And I'm telling you, like, what was important for me was to see smiles, to see smiles and to see him play with toys. And it was interesting because when he was a little kid, I used to say, what is your goal in life? And he was like, for right now, because I used to always tell him, like, your only goal in life right now is to do what? And he used to say, my only goal in life right now is to play with toys. And show love. Like that was his thing. Like, my only goal in life is to play with toys and show love. And that was his only goal in life. And I used to always love to make him smile. And a part of our bonding time when he was a little baby is I would play these like these little stars, these Saturdays. So there's like those star little canvas thing that they were like the kids love to look at. It's just like bright and showing all these different lights. So the kids, it could occupy them. Like a baby would watch that literally on repeat for hours. And a part of our bonding session was for him to lay on my chest for 3 hours or however long he wanted, and I would give them stream of consciousness, just like I'm doing now, just talking about life, science, um, consciousness, love, philosophy, whatever. And this little kid, I mean, I'm telling you, he was the best baby in the world. And um he would sit there, for a good 3 hours. So sit there and literally be listening. And I mean, if he wanted to move, he could have moved, but he didn't. Um But this little baby was I used to, even to this day, I always say, always remember, you were the best baby in the world. You were the best baby in the world. Now, why do I say that? Because I'm telling you, for me, he was the best baby in the world. I've seen him cut a jig with his own mom, acting a fool, throwing tantrums. But when it come visit me, when I have to watch you, oh, he was the best baby in the world. He was on his best behavior. Didn't do no fits, no crying, no screaming, no temper tantrum. Followed lessons, lots of laughter, life was smiling, playing with toys, asking questions, learning. And here's the thing: when he tried to do that cut up, I never really whooped him either. He got a couple. I think he got tapped a couple of times, and then I got an angelic visitation that said, don't hurt children. You know, don't touch it, don't hurt it, don't whoop him." So I never whooped him after a certain age. Like I would say, he got like 2 or 3 good whoopings. And once I got that angelic visitation, not to touch him, I never did give him a whooping. But I used to have to give him a look. Like at that point, it was an energy thing. Like I remember I would have to, because it was like I did take that serious, from that angelic visitation, like not to hit him. Um, but I had to think of something other clever. So it was either you're going to sit in a corner and come listen to music and my stream of consciousness for 3 hours, but you're going to sit in a corner, have to sit and listen to Auntie talk for 2, 3 damn hours about consciousness and high level shit, or which it really wasn't a punishment after a while, or it was a look. I would give him the and I used to always say, remember, I am the disciplinarian, and children, you do whatever you want, have a fun, funky time. But we do disciplinarian around here, we do respect around here. And I never had no problems. It wasn't that type of problems. Really, it was a really good damn kid. He was a really good kid. Um, and I just so proud that he graduated. Now this is also him. And now, do you guys remember this toy, that little popcorn toy that you ride in the back? Like you pick this toy up and you it makes a loud noise. And I have to say, I felt that toy was demonic growing up. And I'm being facetious. I don't literally think the toy is demonic, but it was very loud. And I would sleep, and in the morning, this kid, and I think he did it on purpose. Actually, I caught him doing it on purpose. Obviously, he's only 2, so I didn't care, but he would grab that toy early in the morning on purpose. And it's a really loud toy, this little popcorn thing in the background. And he would come in the room with a very sinister look on his face, looking at me to wake me up with this damn toy. And he did that on purpose. And when I tell you, oh, he used to get it. I used to just give him this look. I used to say, you better put that toy up. You find something else to play with that's quiet. It's early as hell. I said, or you're going to get right in this bed with me and you won't play with no toy. Either you find a quiet toy to play with this early in the damn morning, or you get your butt in this bed with me and you get no toys. And we did that twice, and he learned his lesson not to play with this popcorn demonic toy early in the morning. It's loud. It is loud in the morning. It will wake you up. And this was his go-to. And he'll come right in the room, just like smiling, just like that, with that toy. And it would be a sinister smile though, like, yeah, I'm getting your ass up. You dead ass in your sleep, snoring, sleeping like a baby. And I'm coming in the room with this toy, pop, 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 get your ass up. And it's like 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, 6 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, you know? And I would look at him like, put that, put that motherfucking toy up, or you getting your ass right in this bed with me. And I get up at 10 at 10, you're going to be sitting there with your eyes open for 3 hours in silence while I sleep. And he tested it. He tested me. And okay, get you sitting there for 3 hours, wait until I get up. And he never got that toy again. Now there was other toys to play with. You know, there's always other toys. Like I'll show you this. Look how this how many toys. Let me see. As you can see, there's lots of toys to play with. You know, there was other. He didn't have to grab that toy. Or there, even that whole box in the back. It was nothing but filled with toys. And this was in 2008. So I was in high school. I was like 16 years old in 2008. Was it? Yeah, I'm 33 right now. Yeah, like I was in high school still in 2008. And so there was other toys to play with. And as you can see, always smiling. We love to have a smiling baby. And so I would tell him, like, your only job in life is to play with toys. Until further notice. And so I used to say, until further notice, when you grow out of toys, you grow out of them. But you could see all the toys in the back and always smiling. So he was always playing with a damn toy, something. And I would play with him many times. We would play with these toys together quite a bit. But in the morning, don't play with that demonic ass popcorn toy. And another one, this picture was always memorable to me because he had got in trouble for pressing all his buttons on that CD player in 2008. And he got in so much trouble. I mean, I kind of felt bad, like looking at these uh, beaming eyes. I had felt so guilty because I said, "Why are you?" He was playing. He was like about to rip open the damn CD. He was pressing all the buttons. He was about to break it essentially. And I said, stop touching that. You don't touch that. And I did like pop his little head or his little hand, and it made him sad. And I felt so bad. And I was like 16 at the time. I felt so bad, and I hurried up and apologized and made it to try to make him laugh, and it worked. And so that's why he was immediately caught laughing right after because I had felt so. I was like, oh no, um, because again, he rarely got whoopings from me because until I had got angelic visitation after I had whooped him twice, and I just didn't, it just don't feel right to do hit kids. I don't know, it just is something about that just don't feel right. It just feels low frequency. So I never really had to do much whoopings after like 2 or 3 times he got, I just didn't feel right. But yes, congratulations. He just graduated high school, and I'm just reminiscing over his baby pictures and stuff. Um, and I haven't been able to get in contact with my family member. It's not my son, but I kind of like looked at him as a son, you know, um, in his formative years because we were together quite a bit. We even shared a room together, and so this was like I did look at this kid like as a son. I'm not even going to hold you like a godson or something. And you're graduating now, and off to the races of life you go. Off to the races of life you go. And I'm hoping that life is good to you and that it's been good to you. I know I could have done more, especially I left Buffalo. And so, I just kind of felt guilty about that on some level, even though it's not my kid. Um, but I did feel guilty on some level. Um, and like I kind of internalized that. But congratulations to your graduation. If you want to ever reach out, I am here for you. And with that said, I want to now focus on our music playlist because the music playlist is for the kids. It's for graduates. So and I also want to do a little bit of esoteric breakdown in some of our music playlists because it's an honor to see some Atlantean beings. It's an honor to see humans that still understand like the sciences of the order of Kali, the sciences of the Atlantis dimension, the science of the 125D, um, Dragon Riders connection. Like it's fascinating to see it in the music and to see certain um people put the information out, even in coded ways, but even in the way they do things, it's so reminiscent or it feels so familiar spiritually and culturally. And so I want to celebrate like some of these artists and whatnot. And we may break down some of the codes, not all of them, but some of them. So let's share this playlist. It's not too long, but we got Tall Black Guy again because he does some really cool stuff, you know. And I just love Tall Black Guy. Terrell Wallace, I think that's his name. I think he's such a dope artist, producer, you know, and he's one of my favorites. And then we have believe it or not, you know, when I was in my quantum entanglement, it was kind of like being it's kind of like sometimes if you're not, you know, it's kind of like you feeling in there in the ocean. Imagine just feeling like you're in an ocean in the dimensions and consciousness, and you have to swim to the shore, and you have tides, you have waves that can kind of bring you back. You know, can kind of mess up your swimming to the shore process, and that's how quantum entanglement sometimes feel. And you need that anchor, like you need sometimes anchors to pull your consciousness all the way back into like 3D or 4D, 5D, however you want to look at it. And I have to say, uh, you know what really snapped my ass back? For me, and again, I don't know for other people who do quantum entanglement, what is your thing that kind of gets you back? Um, for me, it's usually tall black guys music. And what for the first time, what I really, which I intuitively knew, and that's why I'm like, I don't know what that was about, and I'm still trying to figure out. But I was looking at Burner Boy's video, Gabona, and when I saw all of the codes, I said, that's, you know, obviously he's an initiate in some sort of order that has remnants or ties to Atlantis. As soon as I saw that, once I was able to, because I didn't know consciously why, like I needed to had that anchor point. But then when I actually looked at all of the codes in the video, all of the symbolisms, all of the dancing, all of the different stuff, and I said, oh, that's why. And I said, wow, like no lie, like that alone was able to get me to this shore, so to speak. Like, was able to bring me, like, I felt like I just imagine swimming in an ocean and you're trying to get to the shore and you have waves and you have tides that's, you know, and the only thing, you know, that really, I mean, the kicker was Burna Boy's Gabona song, Hana's techno, tall black guys, all the tall black guys music, all the tall black guys music is interdimensional for me. It's borderline spiritual for me. Um and yeah, but I was shocked, like Burna Boy, like what the fuck, Afro beats. Because I done talked the gang and shit about Africans, but during the diaspora wars, which I'm so past that, and there's no beef at all. I still have my stances on my lineage and whatnot, but my goal in delineation was never to disrespect or even ostracize rather other melanated people. It was more so like, how do we develop the entrusted melanism framework to preserve lineages and ethnicities and cultures of all melanated people, but also strategize around stuff that's actually empowering instead of just race, or instead of operating out of the construct of the Western conception of power and of race. So it was pretty much a very um, theoretical, but also strategic and military way to undo psychological slavery and undo colonization of the mind and spirit, and really rest on the essence of the cosmos, but also Earth, the cosmic realm, as well as who we are as melanated beings and melanin. And it wasn't to divide humanity, but as far as the remnants of colonization and the roles that play on the mind, that work is still being done on the continent of America and on the continent of Africa, and wherever there's melanated people, of dealing with the effects of that. And so the entrusted melanism framework was simply a way to deal with that. I would say so. Well, like I said, what was interesting is that to get through the quantum entanglement stuff that I was going through, um, as far as really settling back, like really settling back, and by that I'm talking about consciousness settling back in 3D, 4D, 5D realm. Um, I needed that that anchor, which happened to be Burna Boy. It's like how I was literally perplexed. I was so perplexed. But what it was is the fact that apparently, just from the codes in the video and how I understand it, and I'm not going to break down all of the like go into like a Atlantean quantum entanglement and break down all of those codes because I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I don't know what order he's from or what what he knew, what he learned from his oral history or from his tribe, and it could be sacred, and I'm just out here just telling all of the okay, this is mean that mean this mean, because I did that before, and I don't mean to put people on the radar or get people in trouble or anything, so I have to be careful with getting excited, to see certain things that like, oh my gosh, like, as far as my memories awakening, and as far as past life memories, interdimensional memories, things that that we know as our souls. And sometimes you get excited when you see someone from a soul tribe, or you see someone understand maybe something that you understood from a different dimension or from a different lifetime ago. Sometimes it gets exciting, but at the same time, like you you, you know the way this planet is set up is a lot of this stuff is still secret for some reason, or this stuff is to be secret and whatnot. And so I don't feel comfortable just breaking down every little thing of Burner Boy's Gabona video. Same with Technopanas. I don't feel comfortable just, oh, here, look at this. This what this mean. That's what that mean. Because this could be these people's culture, and I'm just. But for me, I understand it from the Atlantean realm, or the realm of the spirit. The realm of the 125D. And so, I just think it's interesting. But we'll start with Tall Black Guy. We're going to bring you into the dimension of airplane mode. um I am gonna turn off YouTube once we get to Burner Boys though, because that through for copyright, I still probably get copyright with this, but it's not my channel's not monetized. But we'll start with Tall Black Guy. This is called airplane mode, and there's a lot of code. So when he's certain artists, I'm realizing like you do have to be at a certain frequency to truly understand the even certain things that they'll hide in their music. Sun Ra was really good for that. Sun Ra was a genius at that. He was totally otherworldly with communicating to his beings, his frequency, and the beings from his frequency. He was extremely, extremely intelligent and sophisticated in doing that. I mean, it's otherworldly. I would say he's the most advanced soul on this planet by far, artist wise, that can do that. Sumra. The stuff that he can communicate is stuff that is still yet to be uncovered. By that we mean like being able to quantum teleport messages, that he was able to quantum teleport stuff from 60, 70 years ago, stuff that he knew was going to play out, even that's playing out now. It's pretty creepy. And it's hidden and it's covert, and it's only for his beings to know, the beings from his, how he told you guys, what he believed he was and who he was, and he knew that, and he moved accordingly. And yes, he was a one that was a master in quantum entanglement and quantum superpositioning, and knew how to get how to quantum teleport information through music, uh decades, uh in advance. And it is extremely, extremely incredibly advanced. Now Tall Black Guy, I would say he's reminiscent of that for me. I think, obviously Sun Ra was doing his stuff in his 70s and his 60s. So the stuff that I'm talking about, Sun Ra was in his 60s and 70s. So obviously we're talking about a master teacher who's incredibly intelligent at 60 and 70. And so Tall Black is not quite that old. Not I don't even think he's remotely that old. He's probably in his 30s or 40s. And so I think he has the potential to get to that level. It's just, it's not there yet, but it's still, for me, it's extremely advanced. I admire it. I appreciate it. I think that this guy has the gift of music ministry, but it's a spiritual gift. It is a spiritual gift, in my eyes. And so I want to, um, start with Tall Black Guy and get into some Gabona and some Burna Boy, and then we're gonna get back into Tall Black Guy. Um, and it's be on some Atlantean shit. I ain't gonna hold you. Like we rocking with 125D today, which is the Dragon Riders, which created the Hebrew bloodline. We're rocking with the Atlantean stuff. We doing some off the wall. All humans are welcome. Everybody is welcome here. But we let you know I'm about to, even this airplane mode, we going into another dimension, and then we're gonna show you the codes of the Gabona. For those that's adept, that understand the language of the divine feminine, and understands the order of Kali, you should be able to see some of those codes and understand some of those things. And then we'll get back into Tall Black Eye, and which is, and then also I'm going to show some skating. I love to watch people skate. I never knew how to skate. I still don't know how to skate. It's really embarrassing. I always like to ride bikes though. Bikes was my thing, riding bikes. But I never knew how to skate. Um, but I love to watch people skate. I love good skating. And so I want to show some really good skaters too, some music that way. And Boli um, is in the building. Thank you. Oh, she says very pretty. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then Reek Havoc said, "No, I see some crazy graduation videos. The young adults going crazy on stage." So, did you think it was inappropriate? Like, did it look like it was just doing too much? Because what I saw, like to see it, but some of it was, come on, I think that they should have maybe a room or a portion where they can just act a plum fool like that. You know what I mean? I think that they should have maybe a portion of the graduation, maybe if it's like 2 or 3 minutes, and then or even a section of the graduation where the students could dance and jig and throw the hats all off and shake the booties and whatever the little dances that the kids like to do. I think they should do it that way, and then that way when it's time for the actual ceremony to like walk across the stage, they've already done all of that. They already done all that foolishness because you already been seen. Just people saw you, and maybe even like but there's even a stage that the kids can even get on, a section of the graduation where they have a stage, music maybe even, and so they can just act a plum fool, and then the ceremony is in a different section, and then the ceremony is considerably has more decorum and more professionalism and whatnot, so where there's no disruptions. And um I think that should suffice, and that way the kids can get their little rocks off. I think that, come on. I mean, what good is it? What good is it they can't celebrate? And I like to see it. I've always been one to like to see. I'm very reserved naturally, and I'm very shy, and I'm not one to like be so animated with dancing and whatnot. But I mean, not publicly, like in private, yes, but I love to see other people do that stuff. Like I love to watch other people just get crunk. Um, yeah, but let me get off because I'm on another YouTube. So I'm gonna take that one off because that way the videos are just not totally the same. So I'm gonna remove this. Yeah, let me just remove that. And now I'll play two of these songs here. And then so maybe I should have. I'll do this because I don't want. Um, I don't know, like the Rumble stuff be acting up. So I did stop sharing on Rumble. Let me just turn this on real quick. Hold on, guys. Okay. So let me share the screen again on Rumble. it's kind of like resetting the sound, I guess, like some, making sure that the sound and stuff is connected. That's what I'm trying to do. So good on Rumble. Just make sure. So when I do this, does it work? Okay, so it does still show. Okay, so now let's do this one again. Yeah, I was trying to do something different today. I had put these like little juries in the nose and stuff. I said, let me stop being so shy. I'm talking about running for president and shit, and I don't even like to get on camera. I said, oh my gosh, let me work on it. Okay, so now we can reshare this. Oops, wrong one. What happened here? It's not this one. Remove. What happened? Okay, there we go. Okay, so let me. So now I'm going to start with airplane mode. Now, listen to what he's saying. Like, he's going to take you to that dimension. He's very high frequency. That's what I love about Tall Black Guy is that it's high frequency. It's high frequency music. It gets you feeling good. Airplane mode. Put your phone in airplane mode. But that's a code for those that, it's like, some people just get it. Also, I was wanting to say, I know you see on your screen it says Humanities and Creative Studies Department at Nakhti University. That is a new department that I am starting up at Nakhti University. We have Military Science Department, Esoteric Studies Department, the Black American Research Cultural and Policy Center, Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, the GIA Military Science, and then the governance and civic affairs department. So we have these different departments. It is an unconventional university. Like we have a mystery school. Esoteric Studies Department is our mystery school of the Nakhti science. And so we are very different in how we run things, and we coming up with the Nakhti order. We want to have our own economy, our own crypto, our own, like it's a lot of stuff that we're working on behind the scenes. And we encourage creative thought and free will and sovereignty and people. If you guys are interested, we're going to be growing and whatnot. um right now I'm still building out like infrastructurally and then wanting to get more local and whatnot, and finding that the space of comfort to do that as far as like even the surroundings in my environment. And so I'm still working on that aspect, but in many regards I have to say, I have been excited to expand, you know uh this this at least conceptually or ideally, um not university with these different departments, because for one you have to compartmentalize information anyways, but also I think that eventually we'll be able to get some sort of accreditation, and as far as like not one that deals with compliance, but there's some pretty cool accreditations in America that we are starting to be able to qualify for. Um, and so, as we look for the criterias and standards for which they've set forth, and able to check down the line and make sure that we're on track. And it's not something that we're looking for now, but it's stuff obviously that's in the back of my mind as we're building this stuff out. I was actually looking for my Cash App because I don't ever really put like Cash Apps and stuff and or advertise that type stuff. But I wanted to, I did want to put my Cash App in my thing because I see other people do it. I'm not even like a follower, but I do think like I for those who maybe have been interested, I don't think it's a bad thing to put it there, right? um, yeah, so I think I'll put it. put it like that and see if it works. Okay, yeah, that's my cash app. Yeah, I've been working on the Nakhti order still in that website, and let's see. Somebody just texted me. Let me make sure I get back to what's going on. See, I'm back for you. Shadow details coming. Okay, sorry, I had to just get back to the person who just texted me. Okay, so let's start with airplane mode. I love this guy.
Hey, look, it's a fantastic day as you're listening to the sounds of WTBG, Tall Black Guy Radio. Put your phone in airplane mode. Hey, look, the operative phrase is pay attention and
Oops, it's like getting some lag. So let me do that again.
1, 2.
Hey, look, it's a fantastic day as you're listening to the sounds of WTBG, Tall Black Guy Radio. Put your phone in airplane mode. Hey, look, the operative phrase is pay attention and minimize distractions. People say that life is short, but check this out. It's the longest thing that we will ever do. So look, be a surgeon with your time. Aspire to greatness. Be the best version of yourself. Live your life. Help somebody. Help somebody. Pay attention. Minimize distractions. Catch some good vibes. It's all about that happiness. Progress. Less stress. More love. Go offline. Take long rides. Cook to it. Cling to it. Rock to it in your cubicle. Make love to it. Feels good, right? Airplane mode. Featuring the sounds of the one and the only tall black guy.
Okay, so I want to play that beginning again, guys. I think that it's high frequency. I just want to play it again. I think that's so dope. Let's just play it again. Just listen to the words and follow the advice. Airplane mode.
1, 2.
Hey, look, it's a fantastic day as you're listening to the sounds of WTBG, Tall Black Guy Radio. Put your phone in airplane mode. Hey, look, the operative phrase is pay attention and minimize distractions. People say that life is short, but check this out. It's the longest thing that we will ever do. So look, be a surgeon with your time. Aspire to greatness. Be the best version of yourself. Live your life. Help somebody. Help somebody. Pay attention. Minimize distractions. Catch some good vibes. It's all about that happiness. Progress. Less stress. More love. Go offline. Take long rides. Cook to it. Cling to it. Rock to it in your cubicle. Make love to it. Feels good, right? Airplane mode. Featuring the sounds of the one and the only tall black guy.
1, 2.
Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Growing up, pops paid homage to. A daily part of my upbringing is like I know. Taught him how to entertain as an entrepreneur. She had a magic battle, so many back to pursue. We were in Seattle, she was in the Great Lakes State, Michigan for music as a connoisseur. As a motor store, as a lion, as a tiger, as a picturesque red wing is what we call her. A woman of culture, a woman who shows us the music her parents made babies to, her love is a movie. And everybody feel her universal. Though she get bad press, the visitor is crucial. See the multifaceted, brilliant, embodied in a piece of land with factories fill the children for decades. Let's say she's transitioning, her best days are still ahead, her heart's beating even though she got chest pain. She has produced pioneers throughout her years of fruit. Mon ami de toi, you deliver truth. Though you've been abused, we believe in you. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. And through a few chain of events, she called on me and summoned my assistant in shepherding her offspring. The babies are suffering from neglect through the greed and the facilitators check still in the offering. Set aside to build a future for the youth and put in programs and show plans of progress in the schools. Yeah, she's looking worn. If the dress is what she wears, and the neighborhoods are torn, then the garments looking tattered by the dilapidated houses now the norm. So born and so on, you heard it all before. But that's all they believe to go on. See the ones who love their mama not only rep her, but they respect her by fixing her breakfast and tidying up the lawn. Holding her by the arm to help her through time's gone. Talking about her beauty and her charm not gone. Doing something to improve the quality of life she's living, cause that'll be what determines if she's gonna live on. She has produced pioneers throughout her years of fruit. Mon ami de toi, you deliver truth. Though you've been abused, we believe in you. Though you've been abused, we believe in you. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown.
If you get 10 people and line them up and ask them, where do they work? I guarantee you they'll say Fords, Chryslers, GM, and that's exactly why they call us Motor City, because we know nothing else but the car industry.
But things have been changing in Motown for years now. This plant in Livonia is one of the many that has
Now, this is the song that I told you guys was really, really spiritual for me, because he's at the end of this song, he says, matter of fact, let me unmute it on Rumble. I was saying for those on Rumble that this song was really spiritual for me, because at the end of this song, he says, the name of literally my grandfather. Now this, he's talking about the context of Joe Louis, the actual boxer, but my actual grandfather's name is Joe Louis, right? But what's creepy is that he says that he was out there in the Red Rooster Center boxing in New York, right? Now, here's the thing. Red Rooster Center is an anagram for Rochester. Now, where does the H come from? It comes from the Red Rooster Center is in Harlem, New York. Harlem means the etymology of Harlem is heights of consciousness. Or it's heights and dimensions rather. Harlem means heights and dimensions. So now we're talking about heights and consciousness. But check this out. This is it gets even creepier. So there's a red rooster in Harlem, right? Watch this. I'm going to show you guys this. I'm going to show you guys the map of this. Because he says he was like Joe Louis was out there boxing at the Red Rooster Center in New York. My grandfather's name is Joe Louis. My grandfather, Joe Louis, was in New York. That's nothing though. It gets creepy. Because we're talking about the Red Rooster Center, right? Look at this. This is the Red Roosters in Harlem. Now, I lived like 2 minutes from this center, right? This Red Rooster Harlem. And I used to go there. Now, look at this. You see it right here on your screen. This is the Red Rooster Harlem, right? It's about Malcolm X Boulevard. And we all know that my grandfather's name was Joe Louis. My granddad's name is Joe Louis. Red Rooster Center, Harlem. Red Rooster Center was an anagram. I knew instantly that Red Rooster Center was an anagram for Rochester. And I knew it had to do, I said, where did the H come from? Harlem. Now, grandfather was out in Rochester, New York, boxing with Electrical Junction electric guitar, which has to do with masonry. Now, but look at this. This is the Red Rooster Center in New York. I lived very close to this. It's near the Christ Center at Transfiguration. This is the Christ Center at Transfiguration. Look what this says. Jenny's Suppers Club at the Red Rooster Harlem in Harlem, New York. I was at this club. I lived 2 minutes away from here. And a guy took me here, the Red Rooster Harlem. He took me there as a part of like a little date or whatever. But the club is called Jenny's. Now it's spelled different. My name is Jenny, Jenny. My name is Jenny and Jenny. But this is Jenny Suppers Club right here, right on your screen at the Red Rooster Harlem in New York on 126th Street. Now, if it would have been 125, I would have been freaked out, but it's pretty close to. But look at this. We have the Christ Center at Transfiguration, Red Rooster Center. This is 126th Street. This is Malcolm X Boulevard. 125th Street is right here, though, right by Malcolm X Boulevard. Starbucks. But look at this. Just look at this Jenny Suppers Club at Red Rooster Harlem. My name is Jenny. And in this song, he says Joe Louis' name, which is my grandfather's name. Joe Louis, my grandfather's name. On my biological maternal grandfather's name. But listen to this part. This tall black guy. Now, mind you, Red Rooster said all of that stuff, Jenny's. Is that really a fucking coincidence? And then in another song of his, he says my other grandfather's name. And then the record label that they're signed to is the phonetic, is the what's it called? Is it the phonetic pronunciation of my other grandfather's name? So 3 grandfathers. What a coincidence. And this is by this guy named Tall Black Guy, Terrell Wallace, who is also from Scottish Irish, a Black Irish, of royal Black Irish men, which is what my ancestors were. Also part indigenous, which is why Mona Mi Detroit stands for the Indigenous Barren Straits, the Indian Barren Straits, and relates to the river in Detroit. That's what Detroit means. But what's interesting is, you know, like Joe Louis, my grandfather is mainly who goes by Indian. But the other grandfathers that he mentioned, they are of, you know, the Irish Scottish right side, and Terrell Wallace comes from more of the Scottish, or at least his last name is. But I thought that was fucking interesting. But we'll listen to this part where he starts talking. Obviously, you hear this older black guy talking about, you know, New York and whatnot. Not New York, Detroit. So let's listen to. Let me turn my camera off so we can get some better bandwidth. But I thought that was so freaking fascinating. I was like, that's why, like, his music is spiritual for me. Like, what are the chances? Like, that is so cool. And so let's finish listening. But maybe I had to turn it up because that's when you hear the voice goes really low when he says, "Yeah, that was Joe Louis when he was out there boxing in New York." Watch this part right here.
Livonia is one of the many that has slashed its workforce as locals anxiously watch on. And with that decline in the auto industry, there's been
I got to rewind that all the way back.
And that's exactly why they call us Motor City, because
Now it's going to get really low, but if you guys get, you should be able to hear it.
we know nothing else but the car industry.
But things have been changing in Motown for years now. This
But even
plant
like
in
Motown, and then we have Jose Moore, was Othello Moore, and Othello was a Shakespeare, was a Venetian Black Army, a Moorish army, in the Shakespeare. Because that's Jose Moore, is Othello Moore, and we have Otho Wallace. I'm sorry, Terrell Wallace, and then we have Mon Ami de Troy, and then they say like this is like really spiritual for me listening to these guys.
Livonia is one of the many that has slashed its workforce as locals anxiously watch on. And with that decline in the auto industry, there's been a slow and grinding decay in Detroit. The once grand city is falling apart.
Yes, this is Detroit Brewster Center. This is where Joe Louis used to put on his exhibitions before he would.
See, that's where he says this is where Joe Louis used to put out his exhibition. He was boxing in New York, but it's so low. It's like I try to get. There's actually a version of this song that I found where you can hear it a lot more clear. But he was saying it right there. Maybe you guys can hear it. I'll try to do it, play it one more time.
Joe Louis used to put on his exhibition. Detroit Brewster Center.
It's falling apart.
Yes, this is Detroit Brewster Center.
You can hear it's a voice. It's probably I don't know if you guys can hear it from your, but it's really low. But this is him talking right now. If you guys can't hear it, so you might have to. Maybe I have to pull up that other version because I really want you guys to hear that part when he says Joe Louis from the Red Rooster Center out there boxing in here. It's like what in the world? But then going to Red Rooster, I was like Red Rooster Harlem, and then looking it says Jenny's Supper, Jenny's. And then that's that place is this is what it stands for, who owns it and whatnot in their bloodline, and their connection to the rest of the South Holly Selassie type energy. That shit is deep, man. I mean, it's really, really freaking deep. And then also they coming from more of that Queen Sheba line out there, as far as the owner. But I was just like, what a coincidence. Like, that's like some really quantum teleport type shit right there, man.
This is where Joe Louis used to put on his exhibitions before he would always go out and boxing.
I gotta get the other one because it's more audible, and I just feel like I'm not doing the moment justice, at least for my own edification. Okay, so I know the song should be in smooth music. There's another version of this song. It's like the same exact song, it's just the beat is a little bit different, and then like you could hear the talking better. Okay. Okay, so let's see if I can get that one. Okay, yep, here it goes. It's called seventh version. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so I found that. So now let me go here. Okay, here we go. So here's the other version of that song. And so the beat is different, but you can hear the person talking in the background a lot clearer.
Motown City. Motown. Motown City. Motown. Motown City. Motown. Motown City. Motown. Growing up, Pops paid homage to. The daily part of my upbringing, it's like I know. Taught him how to entertain as an entrepreneur. She had a magic about her, so many thought to pursue her. We were in Seattle, she was in the Great Lakes State, Michigan, from music as a connoisseur. As a motor store, as a lion, as a tiger, as a picturesque red wing, it's what we call it. A woman of culture, a woman who showed us the music her parents made babies to. Her love is a movie. And everybody feel her universal. Though she get bad press, to visit them is crucial. See the multifaceted, brilliant, embodied in a piece of land with factories fill the children for decades. Let's say she's transitioning, her best days is still ahead, her heart's beating even though she got chest pain. She has produced pioneers throughout her years of fruit. Mon ami de toi, you deliver truth. Though you've been abused, we believe in you. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Through a few chain of events, she called on me and summoned my assistance in shepherding her offspring. The babies are suffering from neglect due to greed and the facilitator's check still in the offering. Set aside to build a future for the youth and put in programs and show plans of progress in the schools. Yeah, she's looking worn. If the dress is what she wears and the neighborhoods are torn, then the garments looking tattered by the dilapidated houses now the norm. So on and so on, you heard it all before. But that's all they believe to go on. See the ones who love their mama not only rapper, but they respect about fixing the breakfast and tidying up the lawn. Holding her by the arm to help her through time scorn. Talking about her beauty and her charm not gone. Doing something to improve the quality of life she's living, cause that'll be what determines if she's gonna live on. She has produced pioneers throughout her years of fruit. Mon ami de toi, you've delivered truth. Though you've been abused, we believe in you. Though you've been abused, we believe in you. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Motown City, Motown. Motown City.
If you get 10 people and line them up
Motown.
and ask them, where do they work? I guarantee you they'll say Fords, Chryslers, GM, and that's exactly why they call us Motor City, because we know nothing else but the car industry.
But things have been changing in Motown for years now. This plant in Livonia is one of the many that has slashed its workforce, as locals anxiously watch on. And with that decline in the auto industry, there's been a slow and grinding decay in Detroit. The once grand city is falling apart.
Yes, this is Detroit Brewster Center. This is where Joe Louis used to put on his exhibitions before he would always go out and box in New York.
Oh, I was on mute. I didn't realize that I was on mute. But I was saying that, that was the beautiful tall black guy. I really like his music and we have more from him. But what I want to do is play some of these skating videos because I really, really like to watch people skate. And skating is an ancient, ritual for cultured people. Skating is a very powerful modality, and I never knew how to skate, even though I used to like to watch other people skate, but I just never was good at it. I don't know, like I just wasn't good at it. I like riding bikes, like that was my thing. But skating, even as a kid, I never got it. I never could coordinate. It was for some reason it was intimidating to me. Um, But there are really good skaters out here, and I just really admire that. So I want to play that. So let's actually play that.
Hold it now. What? Whatever I play. Hold it now. Woo. This is a demo track. Hold it now. What you gonna play? But whatever I play. Hold it now. Woo. Let's go. What you gonna play? But whatever I play. Hold it now. What you gonna play? But whatever I play. I'd like to introduce y'all to Hassani. Let's go. What you gonna play? Hey, but whatever I play. Work. Hold it now. What you gonna play? But whatever I play. Hold it now.
Sonny, let's go. What you gonna do? Hey, whatever. Work. Hold it now. What you gonna do? Whatever. Hold it now.
Y'all see that move? He's showing out. Y'all see that move right there?
Eli on the track.
Nas on the track. Nas on the track.
Get down. Down.
Nas.
One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Get down. Down.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Is it the shoes?
No, Mom.
What I find interesting is that the way they have their shoes tied kind of reflects the style in which they're skating it. And I know, I'm very analytical, so forgive me, but like, do you see the way this guy here, his shoes are like not tied at all. The skates are not tied. They're loose. He can break his ankle. And then look at the way in which he's skating. It's almost like it's creating like a little bit of instability in the ways he's skating because he doesn't have the skates tied properly compared to like the other people. Look at them. Look at the skates. Not this guy. He has his tied, but look at the other one that's about to come up. This one right here. Look at the skates. Like they're not tied at all. They're flopping, and then look how he's skating. Kind of wild, like the skates on his feet are tied wild. They're wild, and he's skating wild. I mean, it's good skating. It's really good skating, but it's like it's a wild flair compared to the other guys. Skates are just like really loose and not tied, and how he's skating. And then look at hers, like hers is tied all the way around the rim, and then look at the way she skates. A lot more control and uniformity. That move. I love to see some people skating, boy. It brings me joy. I don't know why. It just brings me
joy to see skating. I like this one too. I thought this one was dope. This video right here.
4 or 5 brothers in a mothership, better known as a deuce, and we all wanna take a hit. Front and back glass got tint, trying to get our hands on some dollars and cents, and fools can't hold us. Every chance we get, we're hitting up the road, coming up short of the green guys. And I might start
slinging bean pies. But you know what I think is it's an ATL squad, and you know we like skating is an ancient Atlantis ritual. When this is at a certain higher dimensions, you can do this without skates and in the air. Well, that's a little bit too, but come on, we have the technology one today to do these things. Now we're skating at such a dense level, we have to have the actual skates on our feet and, you know, and move more physically. But what's interesting is you have these ATL squad on the shirts. But what was the song starts with 4 or 5 brothers in a mothership, and we all wanted something. You know, well, I thought I'm always talking about the Queen Mothership. Like I wrote these books like constantly, like over 4 books with the title Queen Mothership in them, and I just thought it was funny. Like when I heard this, and it said 4 or 5 brothers in a mothership. Now what was interesting is my connection with Sun Ra and like Sun Ra revealed some information to me about this 4 or 5 brothers thing. Like, he says 6 or 7, but it hit me. It is like, the message from Sun Ra as far as this 4 or 5 brothers in a mothership. And, when I was listening to Sun Ra and then directly this played after, I directly played this after and then hearing that term mothership and then the message that it just freaked me out. And so I just thought this was adorable because it has ATL squad on their shirts. But ATL squad, when we talk about Atlanta, on the 33rd parallel, it does represent Atlantis, and then skating being ancient Atlantis ritual that is still, you could see the particular group that has perfected this art of skating. Like this is cultural. Like I grew up going to the skating parties. Again, everybody that I knew in my direct vicinity knew how to skate. It was probably the only one that did not know how to skate. And just, like I had to relegate myself to watching other people skate, or I would try, don't get me wrong. I would never forget this song, Who's That Girl? Na 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 by Eve. That had came out, and it had just came out, and I'm telling you, I wanted to skate to that song, and I was trying really hard to no avail. I kept falling. It was a mess. It was an entire mess. But what I would do was just go sit on the bench and watch the people like these guys skate. I was just like, you know what, I'll watch good ass skating because I try. And people even tried like to hold my hand. I remember people would try to actually like hold my hand and we would try to skate together, and I would try to get the rhythm. I would still be falling on the floor. I still falling. Ever since I was a kid, I just never could skate. But I've always acknowledged that this was an amazing art form to me. Like I always loved to see other people skate. I really did. So let's watch this again.
In a mothership, better known as a deuce, and we all wanna take a hit. Front and back glass got tint, trying to get our hands on some dollars and cents, and fools can't hold us. Every chance we get, we're hitting up the road, coming up short of the green guys. And I might start slinging bean pies, or to put that t-shirt up the month, which you can't touch just on the front. I'm out to get rich, cause life ain't nothing but money. I hate a snitch.
Wow. And so there we have it. I like I said, I wanted to show that skating. Now we're going back. We are gonna watch a couple of things by Tall Black Guy because he had some live. We have controllerized vibe sessions.
Tall Black Guy.
That was just a month ago, guys. This was just a month ago. And this was also has a lot of the Atlantis synchronization, lots of light codes that are revealed. I don't know if that was purposeful or if that's just done naturally, but I think it was beautiful. I love this whole set. And then he also did the Boiler Room in London DJ set, Tall Black Guy there. We watched that. And then we'll watch the Ride with It, Tall Black Guy. I love his DJ sets. I just think there's a lot of talent. But I also want to show I'm gonna remove it off YouTube because I want to show the Burna Boy Gabona because oops. Oh, okay. I want to show because for those that get the light codes and can understand like the light codes of the video as it relates to the divine feminine, and then like using this as an anchor because there is some high level shit in this video. I had to use this as an anchor to pull my consciousness ashore back into the 3D, 4D, 5D realm from quantum entanglement. And this, for some reason, was an anchor. Now, Burna Boy, he Nigerian or something. And I just thought it was interesting to see some of the convergences between some of these mystery sciences. Um, and him being from his culture and where he's from. And I just thought it was really fascinating to see stuff that, because I've been, come on, like we all know this song. The song is old. It's 6 years old, right? So I'm quite familiar with this song, but I didn't study the video from like from an esoteric perspective. I've never sat and just was like, okay, let me just really observe why did I like this song? Why was I attracted to this video? And why did I intuitively know that I needed to and like you can see like the airplane thing again, and then with the symbolism, and then you know you're off to the races in terms of the song. But um I intuitively knew, like, it was just like, okay, let's tap into some real primal shit. I needed that, and it as far as the earth energy. Like we're not talking about planet Earth, not like like the ground Earth, like literal planet Earth shit, but on a real primal level, like an original, like really, and for some reason, Burna Boy taps into that in his music. In this particular song at least, and in the ones that we'll play following. But I needed that anchor. I'm like, you know what? This really helped me to settle back in. I'll just say that. But I really admired the tributes to the divine feminine in this particular video. The girls dancing, the ladies, the beautiful ladies. I just like that. I'm like, this is I remembered this song years ago when it first came out. Obviously I was playing it when it first came out. I had I've always liked Burna Boy for the most part. I know I think it was a comment that he said about Black Americans that he got checked on. I checked him on it. But other than that, I enjoy his music. I think the music is good. I think it's just genuinely good music. And so, like there's Fela Kuti. I like Fela Kuti, Water No what's it called? Water No Get No Enemy or something like that. Um that's another one where that's an anchor and spot for me. And I have, obviously my own cultural references, like Tall Black Guy and like Kendrick Lamar and other references that are within my own, especially a lot of gospel music. Usually for me, it's like a lot of gospel music that anchors me. But believe it or not, a lot of the gospel songs are connected to Saturn, or it's extremely primordial. And so if you're not careful, that won't ground you back to planet Earth. Believe it or not, a lot of gospel music won't because it is already high level. And so like a lot of like say Order My Steps. That's a song that connects you to the satellite of Saturn. And so listening to that song could put you in a quantum entanglement. It won't connect you to planet Earth. You'll be out in another dimension. Same with like a lot of this stuff with the Clark sisters. So you have to be careful even with gospel music. If you're trying to really settle in planet Earth. Now for planet Earth, I needed some Burna Boy shit. I ain't even gonna hold you. This Nigerian African or whatever. I needed the techno partner, and I needed a tall black guy gets you more so the Atlantean realm. That's still, you could still suffice on planet Earth with that, but it's still really high frequency. It's really high frequency. And even Burna Boys, this Gabona is very high frequency, but it's earth based. Like this song pretty much settles your ass back onto planet Earth. And I like that for those that travel, for those that understand like how consciousness works. That, and it's still connected though. It's like going through Saturn, then going back through the Atlantis portal, then being able to settle back in consciousness on planet Earth through Burna Boy. But it's still connected. It's still high level shit, and I really appreciated that, because I was even with gospel music. Like I said, I have to be careful because that it is not, some of that stuff does ground. It does not ground you. It can astral you, not ground you, because the stuff is already designed to reach creator throne of God, or the that universal. It's already cosmic in a sense, and so I appreciate it. This real Earth base meets intergalactic Burna Boy shit. Like it's Earth base meets, like, right between you get to the portal from the other side back onto planet Earth. This is where Burna Boy's music meets. At least in my mind's eye, right? Um, just a perspective. But let's get off of YouTube because we have to. I think that we have to get off YouTube in order to continue the playlist. And so if you are on YouTube, God bless. We'll be back next week. Just want to remove that. You guys have a great, great weekend as well. Okay, so let's